I have one more question. After our class is over, how long is the recording up before so we could take the test?
I'm keeping these recordings for these classes up on YouTube. So the classes are up there.
Right, but I mean, after we're finished next week, how long would it be still available for us to review?
I'm not taking them down.
Oh, you're not? Oh, so they're going to be on there for a while.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Great.
All righty, so here we go. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. We'll just get into it today. We'll skip our little review today since you guys did it together. All right, so we'll do a review. We'll actually just go into the class today. We'll start in with Chapter 5. We'll see how far along we could get. Monday, we'll do another. We'll resume our reviews a bit. But I'd like to get. I'd like us to get caught up and moving in ahead with the chapters. I like to spend a lot of time on the first couple chapters, seeing as you get them on exam, a lot of questions from them on exam. So I like to make sure you guys fully understand all the content in them, because there's little things in there in those chapters that you may not even consider to be something that would be on exam, but yet it is. So make sure you study all those past chapters every day. You should be reviewing your notes. After class, you should be relaxing, whatever, ignoring, forgetting about real estate for a little while, eating dinner, watching some TV, whatever, spending time with your families, and then go and spend at least a half an hour reviewing your materials and all your notes from all the previous days, okay? If you do this every day, then you're not going to have to cram for the exam at the end, okay? But either way, on the weekend, you guys should be paying attention, reviewing your notes a little bit, you know, or a lot. It's up to you. You know, it's a lot of information. You're learning a new language in 75 hours. No small task, right? Even though nothing here is rocket science, it is a lot of additional information. So it does help to study and review. Flashcards help, quizzes help. You got quizzes at the end of each chapter. You got sample exams at the end of the book. You got a sample exam I gave you in the shared Google Drive folder. You have the flashcard app from Quizlet, and you I told you that prorealestateexam.com you guys can go to, but that's paid for, so I'm not going to tell you guys to go pay for anything else. But if you do, that's the one I would recommend. All right. Chapter 5, what is real estate? Whoa, look at that. So look at this. We're just finally getting into real estate. I know that we discussed some real estate matters because I kind of skipped ahead every time we mentioned, every time we read something, I would have to stop to clarify and make sure that you guys are educated on things. So we did touch in real estate a little bit already. But if we were to go straight forward with the book, this is the first time that we're seeing something about real estate because so far, what have we learned? We've learned the laws, rules, and regulations of the state and the Real Estate Commission, how not to break them. We learned about anti-discriminatory laws. We learned about, what do you call it, the agency, ethics and agency. And now we're going to finally get into real estate and learning about real estate. So you excited? You ready? You ready, ready, ready?
Yep.
All right, come on. Get pumped up. Drink that caffeine. Come on. Take a big gulp. And let's get started. All right, so at the end of this chapter, you're going to be able to learn a lot of new terminology, okay? Real estate. So real property ownership is often described as the bundle of rights. That term you may hear again. So let's just highlight that term on the bottom of page 83, a bundle of rights. Just a term. We don't need to highlight or memorize all of the rights that are in the bundle, but nonetheless, here they are. And here they are on page 83. You got one in a bullet list, and then it continues on the next page. The right of possession or season, the right to use the property in any legal manner, the right of quiet enjoyment, That means to be able to keep others from disturbing you, and the right of exclusion, to keep others from entering or occupying your property, and the right of disposition or alienation. That means to be able to sell or give away the property. That term alienation, you should add to your notes. You will hear it again. Now, for the simplest definition of it, because you're going to hear alienation a couple of times. So alienation, the simplest definition I could give you is a transfer of property. Now, this can be done during your lifetime or after your death. It could be done at your will. That would be voluntarily, right? Voluntary is something that you want. Or it could be done involuntarily. So voluntarily, you could sell it, give it away, devise it. That means to leave it by will to heirs, perhaps, to lease it or license it. Involuntary alienation would be foreclosure or escheat. That's when you die without a will and no heirs can be located. The state will take your property. I'm sure that would have been against your will if you were still alive. Or to partition it. Partition's involuntary alienation while you're alive. This is if you own a property with someone else and they want to sell, but you do not. What are your options to get out of the property? Well, you could buy out their interest. You could buy them out. Or they could sell it to someone else. But if they can't sell it to anyone else and you won't or can't buy them out, what are their options? Are they stuck owning the property with you? No. They could take you to court, and what is called a partition proceeding, a judge will see if it's possible to physically divide the property. And if they cannot physically divide the property, then they will order the property sold, and each party will get their appropriate shares, okay? And a suit for adverse possession, that's a form of involuntary alienation. This is when somebody else has occupied your property for a period of time as defined by law. Then they could actually take you to court and claim ownership of it. Some people refer to that as squatters' rights, but it's a type of easement that we call an easement by prescription. We're going to be getting into all of these things, okay? So what is alienation? It's a transfer of property. That's the simplest definition. When we get into the mortgage chapter, we're going to see that mortgage loans have something that's called an alienation clause. An alienation clause, well, just look at the word alienation. If you're trying to figure out what an alienation clause is, what do you think it is? Look, we've never even studied it yet. What do you think an alienation clause would do in a mortgage? Well, what does the word alienation mean? Transfer of property. So if there's a clause in a mortgage that has something to do with transfer of property, what do you think it means? Let's just give a couple of ideas, stab a couple of ideas. Let's see if we could guess.
Transfer of mortgage?
Well, it's transfer of the property. So when the property ownership gets transferred, what happens to the mortgage?
It also gets transferred.
No.
It needs to be paid off. All right, so the alienation clause also goes by another name, the due on sale clause in the note. So basically it says that if you transfer the property ownership, whether you sell it or give it away, then the loan needs to be paid off in full. Its purpose is to prevent the mortgage loan from being transferred from one individual to the other, that it cannot be assumed. Okay? But you were on the right track there anyway. Okay? So that's for us just giving a stab at it, guessing at it, we at least guessed the right type of thing, you know, whether the mortgage would be transferable as well. But I taught you that it's actually not. It's actually showing that it's not transferable. That's the reason why it's in place, okay? But we'll get to that in the mortgage chapters. But I just want to go over this word alienation, letting you know that we're going to come across it quite a few times, okay? Voluntary or involuntary, while you're alive or after your death, or mortgages even have an alienation clause. So what is alienation? Transfer of property. It's the simplest definition. All right. And then we had this other word we could add to our definition list, devise, devise. But do not confuse this word with another one that we're going to have a definition sheet on the next page. I'm going to tell you don't confuse that word with another one called demise, which is a transfer of property by lease. But we'll get to that on the next slide. So within these further rights, within these rights are further rights. To improve or devise, that means to leave by will, and they talk about that on page 276. Mortgage, encumber, cultivate, explore, mine, build, lease, license, dedicate, give away, abandon, share, trade, or exchange the property. These are all some more terms that we're going to go over. All right. I mean, some of them are a little self-evident, but we'll learn about mortgage, what the word encumber means. Lease, license, dedicate, we already learned. Oh, we didn't learn about dedication. To dedicate or dedication is to give land to the government for a public use, like streets, schools, and parks. All right. Abandon, share, trade, or exchange the property. All right, so next slide is our definition. We got a bunch of definitions here. You see, devise is to transfer or leave property by will, by last will and testament, right? This is in chapter 5, 7, and 20. You'll see it again. And I got all the different page cross references here for you. Demise is a transfer of property by lease, not by death. I know this one sounds like death, but it's not. See, I put these two here together because often you guys will confuse them. So devise is the one that's actually a transfer of property by death, by will upon death. Demise is the one that sounds like death. It's actually the opposite meaning. You know, you finally met your demise. Nope. That one actually means transferring transferring a property by lease. Every lease has a demising clause that says that the landlord is to let the premises and the tenant is to take control of it. All right. Testate is when you die, but having prepared a will. Okay. Testate just simply means that you have prepared a will. Intestate means you did not prepare a will. All these terms you guys are going to see. All these terms on this page, you guys are going to see on exams. Probate is a court proceeding. See, I'm not requiring you guys to type any notes or anything. I got them right here, but it's not a bad idea to print out this slide or copy this slide and put it in your own flashcards or whatever. All these words on this, you'll get. Probate is a court proceeding that determines who the heirs of an estate are and what the assets are after all the debts have been paid. So no matter if you had a will or not, your estate needs to be probated before any heirs can receive what you've left them, what you left behind to them after you die. Okay. It's important to have the estate probated because the state wants to make sure that they get that you paid all your bills to them when you were alive. If not, they want to take that out of your estate. So two things are certain in life: death and taxes. You're all going to die and you all got to pay taxes. Hell, you got to pay taxes even after you die. Right? Look at this. Probate. What's the purpose of that? They want to make sure that you paid your taxes. And if you didn't, they're going to take it out of what you left behind even after you're dead, before your heirs get it. So escheat. Escheat. Let me turn on my bad Spanglish for a minute, okay? Escheat. You know, some people with they want to say something in Spanish, they try to put an S in front of it, ES in front of it, okay? So here we go. When somebody dies intestate, what does that mean?
With no will.
Without a will. So when someone dies intestate and no heirs can be located, the property will revert to the state, meaning that the state takes ownership of it. Meaning they escheated you out of your property. All right. Now they didn't escheat you out of anything. What happens is you die. If you had no will, it's important for you guys to have wills, by the way. If you have no will, then it goes to your natural heirs. Okay. But if no natural heirs step forward, or if no natural heirs can be located, what does the state do to try to locate natural heirs? Well,
Listed on the site.
they put an ad in a newspaper, and they put it on, now they put it on a website these days as well. And if they sell the property, they keep the money in a fund for a year. And if nobody steps forward to claim that money, the state keeps it. Okay. See, I got two websites down here, missingmoney.com. Now, New Jersey recently dropped out of it for some reason. I don't know why. New Jersey was in there. But still, New Jersey, basically, I always told people in my class to go to this website, and we always had at least one person that found money. I suggest you guys still go to missingmoney.com. But I suggest you also go to this one, unclaimedproperty.nj.gov, and put your name in there, do a search, put your relative's name, your family member's name, see if you find something. I bet you do. Somebody will find something, and there's only a 10% finder's fee, okay? That was a joke.
Where's the 10% go to?
Me.
Victor.
It was a joke. All right. All right. So basically, the unclaimed property, usually I have at least one person in my classes, when they look it up, at least one person finds something. And I've had people that found a couple $100 in there. I've had people that found a couple thousand. All right.
How do you, where's the money come from?
Where does it come from? Well, all right. It comes from various things. Look, before my dad passed away years ago, I put his name in we used to be in missingmoney.com. So I put his name in there, and his name came back. And it didn't, sometimes it'll say how much money, sometimes it won't, but it came back that he had $5,000 that was due to him. But it didn't say what it was for. So we just, but it then gives you the forms that you need to fill out to confirm that you are who you are, you know. And sometimes on the website, it'll just say, give us your social security number and additional information. Then it tells you what it is about. And then it gives you the forms that you need to submit to make the claim on the money. For him, he actually bought savings CDs. And, you know, savings CDs have to mature over the years. So I think he had like a 3-year savings CD or something like that. And he bought it at a bank, United Counties Trust, that used to be in Linden here. Shortly after he bought it, that bank sold to another bank, and they tore down the branch that was in Linden. To this day, there's still no building sitting there. So I guess out of sight, out of mind, he forgot all about it. I mean, he still had to wait a couple of years for it to mature anyway. Forgot all about it. But I looked it up and I found it because, see, for certain things like banking, banking, insurance, things like that, 7 to 10 years, the money has to go to the state, and then the state has to hold on to it for 7 to 10 years for people to make a claim against it. And
then that's whether you're alive or you passed away. It applies to any person, or just specific rules?
Nope, any person. Because look, in missingmoney.com, just before New Jersey recently pulled out of it, I found my uncle. Both my aunt and uncle, they had a lot of assets. Okay, they lived, you know, I don't know what he did. He was an engineer or something. She used to work for the original Bell company. I mean, they died years ago. They died over 20 years ago. But they lived very moderate lives, you know. They had old cars, but they looked like they drove off the showroom still, you know. She was a short, portly woman, always wore a muumuu, so they weren't exactly spending a lot of money on fashionable clothing and stuff. But they would take us as kids out on vacation, you know, every year, you know, me, my brother and sister. But other than that, they lived very moderate lifestyles. They didn't live extravagant lifestyles, spending their money and stuff. And they made some good savings, and then they got their pensions, and then they made some great stock investments. Like they bought penny stock in Yahoo. Imagine buying Yahoo when the stock was worth pennies, when it was being introduced, when it was created. You know, that's worth millions of dollars now. So they bought stock in Yahoo, Lucent Technologies, all kinds of big companies like that. Oh, the original Bell Company, which she used to work for. She used to be one of those operators that back when they had to unplug and plug in the cords to make the circuits for connecting people. Okay. I mean, that's how long ago that was, now we got digital switching and all that technology is amazing, but imagine the stock splits from the original Bell to Bell North, Bell South, Bell West, to Verizon, to Sprint, to all these other companies, AT&T, that have branched off of the one phone company that used to be out there. It used to just be Bell. That was the only phone company. Now they branched off to so many different ways. Imagine all those stock splits over the years and the cost of the stock. That's millions of dollars, right? Anyway, they have a lot of stocks and assets and stuff that are still popping up out there now, and they're showing on there. But unfortunately, we can't find my uncle's will. I'm sorry, my aunt's will. They told my father that both me and my brother, and my sister, they were going to leave everything to us. They redid their will, him and his wife, and they're going to leave everything to us. However, my father had a copy of his brother's will that shows that he left everything to me, my brother, and my sister. And his wife's will was on with her lawyer. So now she started to get Alzheimer's, started dementia, whatever it was, So she was pretty much a vegetable. And my uncle, he was like 6'7", big guy, so he didn't put her in a home or anything. He took care of her. And he carried her, bathed her, put her in a bed, he took care of her at home. And so we were expecting him to outlast her anyway. And what happened was he had a massive stroke and died when one of these times he was carrying her to bathe her or put her in bed or whatever. And so he died first. So then the will said that if one of them were still alive, of course, the assets would go to the other spouse. And when that spouse dies, it goes according to their will. But they both redid their wills, he told my father. And now she died a couple months later. Now, when we went to her lawyer to see the new will, the lawyer's like, oh, there's no new will, even though we knew that there was. The lawyer was a friend of the family, and the lawyer was also kind of crooked. The lawyer was friends of the family that she no longer got along with, that they were estranged from. See, the original will left some of those assets to those family members. So the lawyer was kind of like in cahoots with them, gave them some of the assets. The lawyer sold the house to her cousins for like pennies on the dollar. They had a really nice Victorian house in Dover, and the rest of the assets, the money from the bank accounts and stuff that they had on hand, she took off with. The lawyer did. Can't find her. Don't know where she is. Okay. So me and my brother and sister should be millionaires right now. But anyway, I got a bunch of stock certificates still that are laying around worth a lot of money, but we can't cash them because we can't prove that we're the rightful heirs to it. So we'll let them expire other than those people claiming it. All right. Anyway, so see how it's important to not only have a will, but have it with somebody trustworthy and leave it in a place where people can find it. Okay. Anybody here got kids? If you got kids, it's important for you to have a will.
Oh yeah, I have 3.
Okay. Then it's important for you to have a will. Look, even if you don't go to a lawyer to draw it up, at least write one up on a piece of paper. If it's handwritten, a handwritten will is called a holographic will and doesn't require any witnesses. Otherwise, if you get like Quicken Will Maker or Susie Orman Will Maker or one of these will maker programs, which you could get for like $25, it's legal in all 50 states, you can make up a will on the computer. However, if you're printing it out like that and make it that way, it requires 2 witnesses. And those witnesses' signatures should be notarized as well so that you could streamline that probate process. Listen, if you don't have a will, your kids are the rightful heirs to inherit your assets. However, It's going to have to go through probate. When it goes through probate, they got to get attorneys involved to verify everything. And the attorneys also take a big chunk of it. You know what? If you had a will, the probate process is streamlined, and there's no attorneys that are going to be taking out all that money from your assets, and your heirs are going to get most of what's due to them. All right. So yeah, it's important for you guys, even if you don't think you have a lot, it's important still to have. If you're not rich, it's more important for you to have a will than even if you are. Okay. Okay, so what we're going to actually do is we're actually going to go over chapter 20 in a minute. That goes over a lot of these terms and goes over how exactly this escheat process works. Let's just go over a couple more words that are on the slideshow, and these are in chapter 20. Legacy or bequest. A legacy is what you leave behind. It's what you left behind after you die. And the bequest is your wishes on who you wish to leave it behind to. So a legacy or bequest is the gift of personal property after you die, who you're leaving it to. All right. Let's stop right there for now, because this is not chapter 20, dower and courtesy. But descent and distribution is, okay? And the law of descent or distribution determines who gets your assets if you die intestate. So let's go to page 276. We're actually going to do chapter 20 right now too. We're going to do chapter 20. So let me just mark my page here. Then we're going to go to page 276 or chapter 20. If anybody's got the other version of the book, chapter 20.
I like the way you strategically integrated the chapters. That would make sense.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't like the way that they touch on something and then they don't mention it again, then it's later on. So if you mention something, I like to fully explain it. So
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I see that. Thank you.
you're welcome. I'm also going to open up the chapter 20 slideshow right now so that you guys can get it taught to you.
Victor, in the new book, the 14th edition, the 20th chapter is on 339.
Oh, it is on page 339. Look at that. Okay, so, I updated that on another slide, I believe. Nope, I did not. Okay, so this is on page, what, 339? Yep, but... let's put this on 340, though. Go to page 340. See over here, I updated here, but not over here. See what happened. Okay, so some of these page numbers probably still need to be updated. Okay, let me go to the other slideshow, 340. All right. So chapter 20 slideshow we have in front of us now. Are you guys seeing the slideshow at full screen or partial screen shrunk down right now?
Full screen.
Full screen.
Okay, good. Okay. Because I always have two windows. When I go to full screen, I have two windows open. One that's at full, one's at the edited mode. I'm just not sure which one you guys were viewing. Okay, so chapter 20. So title, we know title means ownership. Alienation is a transfer of ownership. And this can be done during your lifetime or after your death. And at death, voluntarily, it will be through a will, or if it's involuntarily, it'll be done by escheat. So voluntary alienation on page 340. Well, voluntary. If something's voluntary, what does that mean? It means that you wanted it, right? And we know alienation is a transfer of property, so it's voluntary transfer of ownership. And involuntary alienation is without something that you did not wish or want, but it's a transfer. So under involuntary alienation, the last sentence there on the left side on page 340. I want you to highlight when a person dies intestate and leaves no heirs, the title to their real estate passes to their heirs by a process known as escheat. All right, so now land can also be transferred without the owner's consent to satisfy debts contracted by the owner. In such cases, the debt would be foreclosed, the property sold, and the proceeds would be applied to pay off whatever debt was needed to be paid. Now, debts that can be foreclosed include mortgage loans, real estate taxes, construction liens to contractors, general judgments against the property owner as well. Involuntary alienation may also occur as a result of court action. In a partition proceeding, a co-owner seeks to force another to sell or divide the property. An action to quiet title requests that the court rule on a clouded or disputed title. I don't know why they have this here now. Land could also be transferred by natural forces of water or wind. So basically by Mother Nature. You could have a alienation, involuntary alienation by Mother Nature as well. Okay, adverse possession. Adverse possession, I mentioned, is another way that you could lose your property by involuntary alienation. Basically, an owner may lose the title to another person who has a claim to the land, who took possession of it and used it. In New Jersey, a person can acquire title by adverse possession through a continuous, open, notorious, and hostile and exclusive occupation of another person's property for a period of 30 years or 60 years if it's vacant woodlands. All right. Now, our politicians in New Jersey, they're friggin' useless. If they want to create a new gas tax, they could do that in what, 30 days or less? They want to create a new tax to get more money from you. Here's a law. Politicians are supposed to be creating laws. And when they have conflicts because they created too many laws and their rules are in confliction with each other, they're supposed to clear those rules up. Our politicians in New Jersey, I've been monitoring this now. It's been over 8 years already, well over 8 years already. I've been monitoring this myself, over 8 years. There's been a conflict on the books for adverse possession suits in New Jersey. And all of our politicians are in agreement. They're going to do away with these 30-year and 60-year timelines, and they're going to go with a 20-year common law timeline. And they're in agreement on what they want to do. And it's still taken over 8 years for them to ratify these laws. What the hell are our politicians in New Jersey doing? This is why we need to vote these people out of office. If they're not doing something to our benefit, and we're just always throwing up your hands, what are you going to do? Another tax, what are you going to do? Our voices don't matter. What are you going to do? Yeah, your voice does matter. Vote these people out of office and get someone in there that's going to do something to our benefit. Okay? See, if they're not, like these guys, they got a simple law for the last 8 years. They're in agreement on what they want to do, and they still can't get their job done. After this time, the owner, the person who's been using the property, this 30 or 60 year period, or it's going to be a 20-year common law period, they can take the owner to court for that piece of land in question that they've been using, and they can take ownership of it. All right, now there's certain rules on that, which we're going to go over this in chapter 7 today. Okay, now chapter 6 or 7. Not sure exactly which one. Now, through the process of tacking, continuous periods of adverse possession may be combined by successive users to combine and come up with that prescriptive period. I'm not going to say 30 years or 60 years because you're going to see in another chapter, chapter 6 or 7, it actually says 20 years because they were going by what the, I think, it's in chapter 6. The easement by prescription, yeah, they say 20 years over here, okay? So we're going to go by 20 years for exams, okay? Because that's what right now nobody can successfly sue to gain an easement by prescription. All we need to know is the prescriptive period. I don't think they're going to ask you how many years, because right now it's in conflict. There's a 30-year period and there's a 20-year period. And then there's a 60-year period for vacant woodlands, okay? So right now, those are in conflict and nobody can get that. So I'm going to actually make a note here also for the book manufacturer, page 341 and page 100. The easement by prescription conflict. All right. So this story is pretty nice over here, the way they wrote it up on page 341. However, don't study those year periods. I don't think they're going to ask you the year periods online, how many years to successfully get it, because look, nobody can sue successfully for an easement by prescription these days. So let's go down to transfer by a deceased person.
Would they be asking that a person who had not been in possession for an entire 30 years to establish a claim of adverse possession?
For the entire, instead of saying 30 years, we'll say the prescribed period by law, okay? Whatever the timeline is. It is important to understand, yes, how that works. And we're going to go over that in chapter 6 today. Okay.
But that will be on the exam.
Yeah,
you're
we
saying.
need to know the process of
Okay.
how one can claim an easement by prescription and how one can cancel and prevent someone else from claiming an easement by prescription. So yes, we will definitely be going over that today. So 20-year common law, on page 100. It's a cross-reference. Okay, so I told you guys that when you give land to the government, gifting land to the government for public use, such as streets, schools, and parks, is called dedication. All right. And when the government gives land to a private individual, they do that through something that's called grant, a public grant. They grant the land to you. All right. So dedication is giving land.
Where is the
government.
where is the dedication? In the chapter 20 or chapter 5?
It'll be in chapter 5, but apparently they got it in this slideshow, so apparently they're going to mention it somewhere here, but we'll study it in chapter 5, okay? But I'm updating.
You're flip-flopping. You're going back to chapter 5 now.
I'm still updating the, just add it to your definition list that you have right now if you're.
Okay, because I wasn't sure where I should follow you, 20 or 5.
Yeah, well, it's mentioned in both, but it's mainly from chapter 5 is the dedication, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Dedication is actually going to come up again in chapter 19 as well. When I'm sorry, chapter 18, when we talk about subdividing land, because that's really when does a private individual give the land to the government for public use, such as streets, schools, and parks? Well, if I have a large property and I'm going to subdivide, let's just say I put up a cul-de-sac street. It's not that big, but it's big enough that I could put up like 8 houses on it, and I pave a cul-de-sac street in it. You know, cul-de-sac is kind of like a dead end with the area, the round area where you could turn the car around, right? Now, that street was built on my property. Is that going to be a private road, or am I going to dedicate it?
Dedicated.
It would make sense to dedicate it, because after I sell them houses, why am I going to want to maintain that street, right? So when you're trying to get your plans approved for construction of your project on your property, you should state whether the roads are going to be private or if they're going to be dedicated, meaning you're going to turn them over to the municipality and they're going to become public streets. And then you get to name it too, by the way. And then, so let's see, and public grant is when government gives land to an individual.
When did this happen? I rarely see that.
Yeah, you're right. Let's just stick with that. It's probably better off than me trying to find an example of it. I'm sure it happens, but
It's more common in dedication where people offer to government.
yeah, like with subdividers and people building cul-de-sac streets and stuff like that, that's more common. And we'll go over that in a little more detail later. Instead of me harping on this now, another chapter would be better to explain that one. All right. So we already went over involuntary alienation. Intestate is when you die without a will. Probate we went over. Transfer of property by title by will is devise. Testate, let's see, after death, will does, okay, so we'll be getting into this in a second. So intestates, highlight in the book under transfer of deceased person's property, we're gonna highlight intestate is without having left a will. And then 2 lines down, at the end of the line, highlight testate has prepared a will.
Where are you? What chapter are you on?
Page 341, under transfer
You're
of.
back in 20 now. Okay.
Yeah, no, I've been in chapter 20. I haven't, we're in chapter 20 on the book. I'm not
Okay,
flipping
so you're
back and
going
forth.
back and forth.
No.
Okay.
You asked me before what chapter is that, was that word on, you know, and I said, I'm sure it's somewhere here in this chapter, but the slideshow, because it was on the slideshow. But in the book, I'm still in chapter 20. All right, so on page 341, chapter 20, transfer of a deceased person's property, you're highlighting intestate means without having left a will, testate means having prepared a will. Now, legally, when a person dies, title to their real estate immediately passes to their heirs and descendants or the person named in the will. However, the will must be probated and all claims against it must be satisfied. Any debts that you owe to contractors or unpaid taxes, right? Probate is where they would ensure that that gets paid. All right, so probate, oh, here's the one that was updated. I should copy this into this slide into chapter 5.
So someone would be like that, you would assign that in the trust or a will to making sure that person gets, distributes the money, like, so it's like a manager? Is that what it means?
What are you talking about for
The
probate?
probate.
Okay,
Yeah.
probate is a court. It's a court proceeding.
Oh, court proceeding.
Yep. It's a court proceeding that would determine who inherits, who are the rightful heirs. It determines first who are the rightful heirs. If you had no will, if you have a will, it will make sure that the assets are distributed according to the will. But first, it determines what all the assets of the estate are, and it checks to see if there are any unpaid taxes or debts owed to anybody. If anybody made any claims, they need to be paid out first. So probate does all of that. The probate court does all of that.
So if the person passes, it goes to court to settle this, or can it be done through attorney?
It should be going through the court system. The attorneys can take it to the court, but it has to go through probate process to make sure where everybody certifies, that there's no unpaid debts. They check to make sure that no taxes have not been left unpaid by that person who died. If there are, they need to get paid from the proceeds of whatever the assets are first. And then if there's any assets left over, they would go to the heirs or persons left in the will. And then the probate process first verifies, are you actually an heir? Okay. Because there's a process of seeing who can inherit your assets if you die without a will. Okay, there's a process to that, and we're actually going to be going over that process in a moment. Right. So you highlighted at the bottom of the page here, probate or administration is a legal process by which a court determines who inherits the property of a deceased person and what the assets of the estate are. I like that. Now, either an executor or an executrix. An executrix is a female. An executor is a male. An executor or an executrix named in the will. So executor or executrix is a person that's named in the will to ensure that that person's wishes are carried out according to the will, who's given what. Okay. So if you create a will, you should name a person as an executor or an executrix in the will that will be in charge of making sure that all of your wishes according to the will are carried out. If you don't, the court will name somebody to do that. And they call that person an administrator, okay? So either named in a will or an administrator named by a court if no executor is named or executrix is named and there is no valid will, would oversee the administration and distribution of the estate. Turn to page 342. Transfer of title by will. Highlight, a last will and testament is an instrument made by an owner to voluntarily convey title to the owner's property after their death. So your will has no power while you're alive. It has no legal precedent of anything while you're alive. Your will takes effect only after the death of the testator. That's the person who made the will, right? So you could leave. Can you, if I write a will and I leave if I leave my property to somebody in the will and I'm still alive, can I sell that property that I still own?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
So you should probably periodically update your will. Because if you left somebody an asset and you no longer own that asset, they're not going to inherit that asset because you no longer own it. You sold it still while you're alive, right? So your will should be updated periodically as well. Now, a party who makes a will is known as a testator or a testatrix if you're a female. The gift of real property by will is known as devise, and a person who receives real property by will is known as a devisee. A gift of money or other personal property is a legacy or bequest, and the person receiving that property is a legatee. Okay. You guys don't need know all that terminology. Here's what you need to know. Testate, testator, or testatrix. Okay. Devise is leaving a property by will. Devisee is the person that's receiving it. Here's a little tip about legal terminology. Any word that begins, any word that ends in OR is the person who is giving whatever the root word is. Any word that ends in EE is the person that's receiving it. So what does the word devise mean? To leave property by will, right? So the devisor is the person who wrote the will, and the devisee is the one that's receiving that property by will, right? We'll see that in chapter 6. I think they got a chart for that, chapter 6 or 7. Now, a party, let's see, in New Jersey, children can be disinherited, so be good to your parents. Now, a surviving spouse is entitled to at least 1/3, not half, but 1/3 of the estate. And a determination of the augmented estate is a complex calculation. In a case where a will does not provide the minimum statutory inheritance, a surviving spouse has the option of informing the court that he or she will take the statutory share rather than the lesser share that had been provided for in their will. And this practice is called the right of election, and it's reserved only for a surviving spouse. So basically, if you're married and your spouse leaves you less than 1/3 of their estate, you could say, nah, I think I'm going to go for the higher amount that the law requires, that the minimum that you had to have left for me would be 1/3. They call that the right of election. Okay. Now, you never know. You know, sometimes your spouse will write you out of the will because they want to leave everything to their girlfriend. Yeah, yeah, you never know what goes on, you know. So, but either way, the spouse has the right of election. Okay. Now, a will differs from a deed in that a deed is how you transfer the ownership of your real estate while you're alive, and a will takes no effect until after you die, right? Just say right.
Yeah.
All right. So, to be valid, a deed must be delivered during the lifetime of the grantor. That's the deed, right? The parties named in a will have no rights or interest in the property as long as the party who made the will is still alive. They acquire their interest only after the person's death. So what are the legal requirements of making a will? Well, not a whole lot of information in the chapter 20 slides, is there? That's it. Okay. So what are the requirements for making a will? Well, you got to be at least 18 years of age or older in order to make a will. All right. If you type up a will, it requires 2 witnesses, and those witnesses' signatures should be notarized to streamline that probate process. However, somebody can do a handwritten will on a piece of paper and sign it, and this is called a holographic will, and it is it's legal in New Jersey. Okay, it does not require witnesses because the entire will was written by hand, and they could easily enough prove that the handwriting was yours, right? I mean, it's hard to, I mean, if you only have a signature on the document that's all typed up, you know, versus having the entire document that's written by hand.
How do you know if, let's say, a older person has dementia, for example?
Well, wills can
like
always
that.
be, well, okay.
So then how do you prove
We're
that
going by
they
the
wrote
basics.
it?
Wait, we're going by the basics of stuff. Some of these things can be contested. This is legal stuff. Sometimes legal things can be contested. You know, wills can be contested. You know, you could say, oh, no. She filled out that will and she already had dementia. She wasn't of sound mind when she filled it out. Well, then that needs to be argued out in court. Right. Or you could be like, oh, no. She was on her deathbed and my brother, my sister, or whoever it was, her new husband put him, stuck a piece of paper in her hand to sign, and she didn't know what she was signing. You know, these things, that's the person being under duress, you know, stress or undue influence, right? Now those things can be argued out in court though. Okay. So let's look at the basics of it first, okay, before we start getting into advanced scenarios. Okay.
All right.
Because yeah, there could always be twists and intrigue and, you know, a lot of twists to life like we see on TV, right? So let's just KISS concept. Keep it simple, stupid, right? Let's keep it simple. So let's see. So what are the legal requirements for making a will? 18 years of age or older, and has to have 2 witnesses, and those witnesses' signatures should be notarized, unless the whole entire will is handwritten, and then that's called a holographic will, right? So, So we can highlight that a holographic will is a handwritten will which requires no witnesses. And that's now legal in New Jersey. Sometimes people ask me, well, can you record your will or have a video will? Sure you can. It's not legal though. You could do it for drama purposes. You could sit there and read your written will if you want the people to see your face one last time and, you know, you want to put a little drama to it. However, in New Jersey, it has to be a video will has no validity to it. It has to be in writing. Okay, I checked this
Victor,
with an attorney during one of my classes before. So yeah.
Another thing that you might wanted to add is it cannot be both, like, typed and handwritten. So it has to be either one.
Oh, really?
Yes, it cannot be both. So
Oh,
for
what do you mean?
example,
Like
if it's,
somebody typed up and then they added something with handwriting?
yes, yes. So you cannot have that. That's invalid.
Why'd you come across that before?
No, because I'm studying law, so that's why I know it.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I never even thought about that before.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm.
So let's see. Okay, for from the junk. Okay, for real property acquired by a married deceased person before May 28th, 1980, which we're going to learn this in chapter 5 or 6, so we don't need to highlight it here necessarily, but the surviving spouse is still entitled to a life estate of 1/2 interest in all the real estate owned by the deceased, no matter what other provisions were made for in the will, because there's something called dower and courtesy rights. You see on this slide here, dower and courtesy. I have this both in the chapter 20 and the chapter 5 slideshow. I believe we're going to be learning about this in chapter 5. Dower and courtesy. These are ancient rights from New Jersey, where anybody ever hear of dower before? They're not talking about dowry. A dowry is something in some cultures where some young woman's father pays or gives a gift to some young man or his family as a wedding gift. At least that's the way that the women describe it. But I like to describe it as some young woman's family gives a gift to some young man to please take her away. But anyway, let's see. In some cultures, dowry is the gift. Some people refer to it as a wedding gift, like that. But this is not a dowry. This is dower. Dower and courtesy. These are rights in New Jersey for a husband and wife. So dower is the wife's right to half of the property that her husband owned during his lifetime. And courtesy is a similar right that the husband has in the wife's estate for all the property that she owned during her lifetime. Now, New Jersey abolished the creation of any new dower or courtesy rights on May 28, 1980. So they didn't abolish these rights. They only abolished the creation of any new rights. So that means anybody who was married before May 28, 1980 in New Jersey still has dower and courtesy rights. So if you were married before May 28, 1980, your spouse is entitled to half of all the property that you owned during your lifetime. Okay. Now, so you guys need to know this date for exams. When did New Jersey abolish the creation of any new dower courtesy rights? May 28, 1980. And then you need to know which one is the wife's right and which one is the husband's right. Dower is the wife's right, courtesy is the man's right. How do I get you to remember this? Well, you guys ever hear that song? What was that? The Sound of Music or something like that? Doe, a deer, a female deer, right? So dower, doe, begins with a doe. See, dower, doe. Doe is a deer, a female deer. So dower is the wife's right. Courtesy, because men should be courteous to women, is the man's right. So that's the way I remember it, okay? Dower begins with a doe, and a doe is a deer, a female deer. And courtesy, because men should be courteous to women. So there we go. That's the way I remember which one's the wife's, which one's the husband's, okay? And don't start injecting gay marriage or anything like that, because in May 28, 1980, there was no such thing, okay? This is when they abolished the creation of any new dower courtesy rights, okay? So there we go. So transfer of property by descent, back to the book. All right, so what is descent? Every state has their own right of this, laws of descent and distribution. If we see on the slide here, it's the law that determines who gets your assets if you die intestate. Now, what does that mean? What does intestate mean? Without a will. right? So title to real estate and personal property of a person who dies intestate passes to their heirs. Under the descent statutes, the primary heirs of the deceased are their spouse, civil partner, or domestic partner, and close blood relatives. When children have been legally adopted, most states consider them to be heirs of the adopting parents, but not heirs of the ancestors of the adopting parents. Okay, these laws start to get a little medieval here, so bear with me. In most states, illegitimate children, okay, you guys know what an illegitimate child is? It's when your parents were not married when you were born. Then you're considered illegitimate in the eyes of the law, okay? So illegitimate children inherit from their mother, but not from the father. Not unless he's admitted parentage or it's been proven some other way legally, like through a blood test or something, that he's the father. Okay. And then in that case, the child would inherit from the father, but not from his side of the family, his ancestors. Okay. So they could adopt, if you're illegitimate child, meaning your parents were not married when you were born, that means that you can inherit from your mother, or you would inherit like adopted children would. You would inherit from the parents, but not from the ancestors. Okay. Now, if the father admits parentage, you could inherit from the father, but not from his side of the family. Sure, his side of the family could name you in a will and leave you something, of course, but short of them not naming you in a will or anything, you can't claim that you have rights to them, even though that you are a blood relative. How medieval is that law still, you know? All right, so let me put it in modern terminology for you. The illegitimate child, I'm going to put it in Game of Thrones terminology. The illegitimate child is considered the bastard child. You guys watch Game of Thrones? You ever watch that show on TV? A lot of people did. It was a popular show. That's why I like throwing it out there. You remember that one guy, you know, he was the bastard child, okay? That means that their parents were not married, okay? That's all it means, okay? So he was the illegitimate child. He didn't inherit that throne. Okay, so if he legally adopts such a child,
Yeah, that's a kind of what's the service done to the child, because it's not his decision. It was the parents that did not choose to get married, right? So
change the law.
Right, but that should not be the child be owning this name, right?
I did say these laws are kind of medieval, aren't they?
Right, it should be like the parents' choice. So why is the child being scrutinized or being labeled as such?
That's the way the law is. Listen, there's a lot of weird laws. You want to see some wacky laws in New Jersey? There's some weird laws. Look, our politicians even now are still creating weird laws. Do you know, just a couple of years ago in New Jersey, this was recent. This was recent. I don't even want to say a couple of years ago, because I'm not sure how long ago this was, but I know this was recent in the last few years. Do you know that this was always illegal in New Jersey? It's been always illegal in New Jersey, but just in the last couple of years, our New Jersey politicians tell me that they're not disturbed. They recently changed the law that made incest legal. You know what that is, right?
That's in New Jersey?
That's in New Jersey.
Made it legal?
Yep. It's legal.
Yep.
Tell me they're not twisted.
But there's a lot of
like,
Hicks people living down south.
How far does that go?
South Jersey is crazy. You said it yourself.
I don't want to say, wait, who said anything about South Jersey? That's for all of New Jersey, okay?
I know, but that's where that originated.
My question is that what are they talking about? The first line or second or third?
All right. It's basically this. It doesn't matter. They could be your child, as long. But
So
there's
what's the difference
there's
between
a
molestation
well, there's a
and sexual
stipulation.
abuse?
There's a stipulation to this, though. It says that as long as you're not their current guardian, you can. Okay. Now,
If
of
you're
course,
not recurrent guardian,
yeah.
what does that mean?
Meaning that you're not taking care of them. Listen, I don't want to get it. I don't want to get into that. That's just a little off topic. That's just. I just wanted to show you how screwed up our.
really
I just want to show you how screwed up our
insane.
legislators are in New Jersey. Okay. But hey, you guys are the ones that are voting them into office over and over again. Anyway.
So
let's go on.
how can someone go and protest that and throw it out the door?
Change the law.
How do you, what?
Change the law.
How do you change it?
Get politicians in there who don't want that as the law, and the politicians propose the law. They write it. They put it through legislation. Legislation votes on it, and then they vote it in or out. You know what? I believe that all politicians should have their names attached to any laws or piece of legislation, the one who introduced it, as well as the votes should be marked for every politician who voted yay or nay against every law that's out there, whether it's a state, federal law, or local ordinance. This way we could track down and roost out who these perverts and weirdos are. Okay.
Oh,
The ones who create new taxes, or the ones that vote for laws like this. Anyway, that's a little sick. I just wanted to show you a little bit how screwed up our legal system. Okay.
Well, certainly.
So let's get back to this. Okay.
Yeah.
So intestate real property is distributed.
Is that's only in New Jersey? I hope.
Yep. That's
No other state.
Well, I don't know.
Well, I guess you have a choice. You don't have to live in New Jersey.
Nope. And a lot of people are moving out of it.
Yeah.
So intestate property is distributed according to the laws in the state in which the property is located. Okay. So New Jersey law of descent and distribution provides that real property belonging to an individual who has died intestate without a will is distributed in the following order. All right. So what happens if you die without a will? Who can inherit your stuff? This is showing you who can be considered a rightful heir. So the law, the law and the estate discussed apply only to what remains after all debts have been paid. And the laws of descent come into effect only after, if the person leaves no will. Okay, so if they left the will, then it goes according to the will. So this is only who your rightful heirs are if you had no will. A surviving spouse or partner becomes the sole heir if the descendant leaves no parent or children. If there's a child or children who are also children of the surviving spouse, the spouse or partner receives the first $50,000 of the estate plus 1/2 the remaining estate. The rest goes to the child or children. We're only reading this not to study from, just for your own edification, okay? If the descendant leaves parents and the spouse, but no children, the spouse or partner receives the first $50,000 plus 1/2 of the remaining estate. The rest goes to the parent or parents. If there's children who are not the children of the surviving spouse, the spouse or partner receives half the estate, the child or children, the other half. Where no spouse or partner survive, children become the sole natural heirs. Where there is neither a surviving spouse nor children or children's own heirs, the estate first goes to parents, and failing that to brothers or sisters or their heirs. In default of any other natural heir, grandparents, aunts, uncles, and first cousins may be considered heirs. But beyond that point, the entire estate goes to the state of New Jersey through the process of escheat. Highlight that word, escheat. We just read the entire process of escheat. So the state treasurer then would sell the property at a public auction, a public sale, and give notice by publication in a newspaper in Trenton and in the county where that property is located that sale is going down. The proceeds for the sale are held in a fund for 1 year. And if no claims are made within 1 year, the funds then belong to the state. That is the process of escheat. And that's where I would have you write down these website links at the end of that in this book here. Even though New Jersey recently just pulled out of missingmoney.com, you could still find some things probably in there from missingmoney.com. So let's just write down both those links, www.missingmoney.com and www, do not forget to www, otherwise it won't work. www.unclaimedproperty .nj.gov.
So you can only claim it within a year if it's there?
If it's for the reason of escheat. So basically, if somebody died, if you had if you're the natural heir of somebody and they died without a will, their property would be left to you through escheat. This is the I'm sorry. Government gets the property through escheat. How would you claim that property or know that it's out there? You got to search it. Okay.
Like I searched my aunt that passed away, and I found I told my cousin, so he can probably try to claim it, but she passed away like quite a while ago, like 6 years ago.
Yeah, but that money may have only become available recently. So then after that money is, after whatever is sold and that money has been posted on this website, for different things, that money can be claimed for different reasons. So like the house and those types of assets, the house would get sold and would be put up here for 1 year. If it's something due to banking usually has 6 to 10 years, depending on what it is. It'll be in this database for 6 to 10 years and can be claimed. Remember I told you about my father's money CD that he bought?
Yeah.
That would have been in there for 6 years. Okay, so for different things, there are different time periods. Look, I had a girl from one of my classes that she used to work in the mall, and she used to work at Hot Topic, you know, and her boss never sent her last check. He should have sent it to her. He had her address and all that, but instead he turned it over to the state because you can't keep that money. It's hers. So he sent it to the state. She actually looked up her name. She had her last check from Hot Topic, and she claimed it online. So she got a couple $100 she found from her last paycheck that her boss owed her. You know, otherwise the state would have kept the money. Yeah. Here, let me give you another example with me. I had PricewaterhouseCoopers. That's a financial company, accounting company. They contacted me through a mailing, and it said that I was owed money. And because I never set up a way for Google to pay it for me, that they were going to turn it over to the state if I did not contact them and make arrangements for the money to be transferred to me. It would be turned over to the state, and then I would have to make a claim to the state in order to collect it. I immediately knew what it was for. They said Google. I immediately knew what it was for. It had to deal with AdSense. Okay, Google has something called AdSense, where you can make money. Google's listening to me. Where you could actually make money by affiliate programs and domain parking. And Google also owns YouTube. And this one was actually from some cheesy videos that I made years ago. I made like 2 videos, and I posted them up on YouTube, and I clicked monetize on there to monetize it, and I totally forgot about it. Like one of them was like how to fold a shirt in 2 seconds or 3 seconds or something. It was something ridiculous, you know. It was weird, and I posted it up on YouTube, you know, and I totally forgot about it. Well, apparently it got a lot of views over the years, and I affiliated my bank account to it, and I seen how much money I got from it. I got over $10,000 for that, for a video, how to fold a t-shirt in 3 seconds. Google sells ads. You know, every time you got those roll in or roll out ads that somebody watches a video, that could be monetized and people can make money off of that. You
How
know,
many views did that video have?
well, it was that video and another video. I don't even remember what the other video was. I really couldn't tell you. But it's the advertisements that you made on it. See, now Google changed their rules because they were making so many payouts. They're keeping more money in their pocket now. In order to be able to monetize your YouTube channel, you have to have X amount of followers and X amount of subscribers before they'll pay it out. But that's okay. I mean, you get people out there that now that they call them influencers and stuff to make money. On Instagram, you got the models out there that are wearing bikinis and showing themselves off so that they could get a lot of traffic. But then they sell advertisements to advertisers, pay them $10,000, $100,000 for an advertisement. You know, hell, if I was a chick, I'd be wearing a bikini, shaking my stuff out there for that too. You know, you got people on YouTube that are showing you hobbies, how to cook, giving reviews on stuff. You know, if their channels or some of them are just being goofballs posting reviews of other videos that people post out there and they're making money off of them. You know, these are just additional ways to make money now. Okay. So ever since then, hell, I bought a new truck. I made a review, the walkthrough of the 2019 Ram. You know, I did some powder coating on something. I made a video on how to powder coat. I get like the watermelon slicer. I was like, here's the watermelon slicer. Here's a review. Here's how to do a water slice. You know, I make video reviews on everything and post them up there now. But I'm still just trying to get back up to the traffic level so that I could get paid commissions on them again, because that was awesome. You know, 10 grand for a video. Are you kidding me? I should be, these videos that I post up here for you guys to watch, I should monetize them. Anyway. Unclaimedproperty.nj.gov. Let's do the key terms to review for this chapter, and we're done with chapter 20.
I have one question in regards to that. As far as, let's say a person had, since the property's been bought to the government and it has 1 year to claim, if they don't have family and it's still sitting there for a year, how do you access if there is, I'm sure there's people that don't have families and their homes and assets, whatever they acquired, is available. Is there a way that you can purchase those properties?
If they don't claim it, the state gets it. That's it.
Right, but if they don't claim it, my question is, it goes up for a year. Is it possible that you can see
before they goes
because
up?
They put it up for sale. So
okay,
how can you find those?
They put it up for sale. You got to get to it before they put it up on the auction block.
Okay, so how do you find them?
They publish it in the paper in Trenton and in the county that it's located, the major county paper on Sundays. They usually put in those in the Sunday paper. They put in those public notices. You got to read those public notices.
Okay, so it's Trenton. Usually, it's in the Trenton.
It's always in Trenton newspaper, as well as the whatever the major newspaper is in your county, whether it's the Star Ledger or different counties have different major publications. So whatever the major publication is in your county, that's where they would put it. Okay.
Do they have anything online now?
After it's sold.
What's that? After it's sold, you mean for auction?
Well, no, yeah, after it's sold at the auction, then you make a claim on the money on unclaimedproperty.nj.gov. Okay.
Okay, so but there's nothing online. Is there a website online now
For
that you
what?
can go in to read about these publications?
Yeah, the newspaper.
Before.
The newspaper's website.
Only newspaper.
Yeah, because they just publish it in the newspaper.
But I'm asking, is it online? Or is it an actual newspaper?
Newspapers have their publications posted online as well.
Oh, okay. That's what I was asking. Okay.
Yeah.
So you can go in there and sift through and see if anything that you can propose for auction.
Yep.
So how does one price it? Who prices those homes?
Well,
Who, let's say,
hold on a second. We're talking about heirs. If you're an heir, you don't price anything. You inherit it. Doesn't matter.
right, but if you're not, and they pass
Oh,
away.
no. You're not buying it before auction. It goes to auction and you got to get it at auction.
That's what I was asking. Is there a way before, because they put it up for a year or two.
No,
It's
no.
only an auction.
Yeah. You're not going to be getting it at a hugely discounted price because you got to them before they put it to auction. No, their whole idea is try to get most money that they can for it, and then that would go to the heirs if the heirs step forward. Otherwise, then the state would get the money, and the state wants the most money as well.
So the state holds it and then it puts it up for auction.
Yep.
And then if no
And then
one claims it,
And the money goes into the fund for the heirs to claim it. If they don't claim it, that's it.
I see.
All right. You got any more
Okay,
questions about
thank
that?
you.
Ask me. If you got any more questions about that, ask me on break. We got to get through these chapters. Okay. So let's do the key terms to review. Transfer of title with the grantor's consent.
Voluntary alienation.
Voluntary alienation, 13 is A, correct. Acquiring of property by natural heirs.
Descendant.
Descent, 3 is B. Court proceeding to establish the validity of a will.
Probate.
Probate, correct, 10 is C. Document disposing of property after one's death.
Last will and testament.
Correct, last will and testament, 9 is D. Having made a will.
Testate.
Testate, 11 is E. One who makes a will.
Testor.
Testator, 12 is F. One who can inherit.
Heir.
An heir, H-E-I-R, 6 is G. One who receives property through a will.
Or
Devisee.
Devisee, 4 is H, correct. Person named in a will to administer a descendant's estate. The person who's named in the will to administer the descendant's estate.
Executor.
They're an executor or an executrix if they're a female, right? So 5 is I. Title acquired by usage.
Administrator.
This one, 2 is J. We went over this a little bit. This is something that we're really going to go over in chapter 5 or 6. So 2 is J. It's adverse possession. Transfer of title without the grantor's consent.
Involuntary alienation.
Involuntary alienation, 8 is K. Without a will, not having made a will.
7 and
Intestate.
7 is L, intestate. And person named by the state to administer descendant's will.
Is the administer.
1 is M, the administrator, correct.
Administrator.
Okay, let me go back to the chapter 5 slideshow. So if you see, I replaced this slide with the updated one from the other chapter. Apparently it was updated in chapter 20, but not on this one. So I copied it over here. So I replaced this. So now we got the proper page numbers and stuff in here. All right, so now it's updated. All right, land. What is land? So let me go back to my marked page. We're on page 84, back in chapter 5. We'll need to know the definition of land and the definition versus the definition of real estate. Let's just go according to the book and then we'll go by the slides, okay? So the terms land and real estate are used usually to describe the same thing. However, they have important differences in their meanings. So the term land refers to the surface of the earth, including the water and anything attached to it by nature, like trees and bushes. But it also includes any minerals and the substances below the earth's surface, together with the airspace above the earth's surface up until infinity. Highlight, land may be defined as the earth extending downward from the surface to the center of the earth and upward to infinity, including all things permanently attached to it by nature. When they say all things permanently attached to it by nature, they mean plants that don't have plants and trees and bushes that do not have to be planted every year to come back. You know how some plants and flowers, you need to plant the seeds every year in order for them to come back. They won't grow back on their own. Well, that's not considered real estate or land. That's not part of the land. That's personal property. If it comes back every year on its own, like grass, bushes, trees, that you don't have to plant every year for it to come back, then it is it's permanently attached and it's part of the land. All right. So a specific tract of land is commonly referred to as a parcel, which can have any size, but it does have legally defined boundaries. So what is a parcel of land? It's a piece of land that has legally defined boundaries, okay? I doubt you're gonna get a question on it, but if you do, there's the definition. Okay, so the term real estate.
Sorry, quickly. So if you find something under your house, that belongs to you then?
Yeah, or your backyard.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, yep, it's yours. Yep. All right, so the term real estate includes land as defined above and all
Victor, one question.
improvements. Yeah.
I thought I misunderstood. Like yesterday we were talking about that the owner has the right to sell certain things. Like, that cannot be changed. Like, for example, if I have something on my property, like, I don't know how to put this, but we were discussing that the owner has the right to deny certain things, that this house cannot be, like, for example, people cannot drink in there, or it cannot be converted into church or anything like that. So what about the property at the bottom? Like, if you find the gold, or something.
Well, you're talking about one's rights.
Yes.
Your rights can be limited.
Okay. It can be limited, right?
Yeah. Right now, we're not talking about limited rights. We're starting at the beginning here.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so we're starting at the beginning just to explain what it is that you're getting, what rights you have and all that. And then we're going to start building into, in chapters 6 and 7, how we can limit those rights. We touched a little bit ahead because the book started talking about how your rights can be limited and such. So I gave you guys a little brief explanation on that. So, so forget about that for now until we build up to it again. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. I don't want you guys to get confused here. Okay, so there's land and real estate. Okay, so the term real estate includes land as defined above, and also includes man-made improvements. Well, what's an improvement? Well, an improvement could be anything. It could be structures, it could be the sewer pipes under the ground or water mains, or it could even just be a paved road or sidewalk. The utilities, those things are all man-made. They're manufactured additions to the property. So the concept of real estate can also include all the legal rights that go with the property ownership as well. Okay, so real estate, then, we're going to highlight, is defined as the Earth's surface extending downward to the center of the Earth and upward into space, including all things permanently attached to it by nature or by people, and all the rights, benefits, and interest that go with it. Another way to say that, let's write just below that, a bundle of rights. Okay, so
I'm writing that under where, Victor? I'm sorry.
Where it says, and all the rights, interest, and benefits that go with it. The last thing you highlighted? for the definition of real estate? Did you highlight that?
Yes.
Okay. So just below where it says rights, benefits, it's the last line on page 84. All the rights, benefits, and interest, you're going to write bundle of rights because that's another way of saying it. You could say this. You see this slide up here? Land versus real estate. They're often used to describe the same thing and have important differences in their meanings. Land is I like my definition better than the book's definition that I have up here. Land is the surface of the earth, including the water and anything permanently attached to it by nature, which does not require annual cultivation, like grass, trees, bushes, and everything below the surface to the center of the earth, and everything above it to infinity. Now, real estate is the same definition as land. It's the same thing. It's land plus. Here's two ways that this definition can be described in several ways. Here's two ways that it can be described. You know what? Here, I'm going to put this as a 2-point bulleted list. I'm going to number it list. It'll be in two different ways. Okay. So I just changed this to a number. It can be described in two ways here. The definition of land can be described as land plus man-made improvements plus all the rights, interest, and benefits that go with it. Or you could say land plus man-made improvements plus the bundle of rights. Two ways of saying the same thing. Let me correct this slide just a little bit more. Real estate can be described in several ways. Two ways to define it are as below. And we have land plus man-made improvements plus the bundle of rights. Okay, so there we go. Boom, boom, boom. So there we go. So real estate can be described in several ways. Two ways to define it are as below. Land plus man-made improvements plus all the rights, interest, and benefits that go with it. Now, sometimes those rights could have been limited, like we were talking about previously. Shell sells a gas station and they say the property can never be used as a gas station again. All right. Well, when you buy real estate, what are you buying? You're buying the land plus the man-made improvements and all the rights, interest, and benefits that go with it. But if those rights could have been limited already. Okay, but what are you buying? You're buying all the rights and they could have been limited. Okay, so I got this little drawing here for you. I know I draw like a 2-year-old. I know. So this is the surface of the earth and all things permanently attached to it by nature, like trees, bushes, and grass that don't require annual cultivation. No, that's not a hand growing out of the earth. Okay, everything above the surface, everything below the surface of the earth to the center, and everything above it to infinity. And all man-made improvements. That's not a rocket ship. That's supposed to be a house. Please excuse my drawing skills. They're not. All right. But you will get questions on exams. You need to know the definition of land and the definition of real estate, and need to know the difference between land and real estate. So what's the difference between land and real estate? Real estate is the same definition as land, plus man-made improvements and all the rights, interest, and benefits, or the bundle of rights that go with it. Good?
Got it.
All right. You are now entering the victor zone. All right. So property rights. There's subsurface rights that they mentioned that also would include mineral rights. Subsurface or mineral rights, the right to the natural resources lying below the Earth's surface, such as mineral rights or the area below the surface, okay? They could be owned or leased individually of the land itself. Okay. So what do we call them? Subsurface or mineral rights. They're often one and the same, but subsurface doesn't necessarily have to be mineral. It could just be the area below the Earth's surface. Now, we also have air rights. Air rights are the rights to use the air above the land, and they could be sold or leased independently of the land beneath it, such as air rights over railroads to construct office buildings, like Grand Central Station in New York City as an example. We're going to go over that in a little more detail. Just give me a minute. The FAA, because I know I'm going to get questions on this, so I'm going to try to beat you to it. The Federal Aviation Administration, the FAA, has exclusive jurisdiction of everything above 500 feet above the highest point above the property owned. Yes, you own everything above your property to infinity or to outer space. However, the FAA, you cannot prevent planes from flying over your house. Okay, the FAA has jurisdiction, exclusive jurisdiction of everything above 500 feet above the highest point of the property that's owned. Okay, and then we have water rights we're going to learn about. But before we do that, let's talk about these air rights and subsurface rights and all that good stuff. This looks like a mess, doesn't it? We're going to have to draw this from scratch so that you get a better understanding, because when I just got a drawing like this, it's kind of difficult, but it's color coded. So here, look at me.
Can I ask you a question about the, oh, you're going to describe it.
Yeah, I'm going to go over this. We're going to spend a little time on this. So this right here, this is the surface of the Earth. You see this line? That's the surface of the Earth, okay? In New York City, what they were describing here, next to the air rights, they talk about Grand Central Station in New York and the building above it, the former Pan Am building that used to be an airline. They're now called, it's now the MetLife building. So this is the MetLife building in New York, for example. They own the property. This building is not just hovering in the air. It has to be supported by some pillars, right? Now, these pillars don't just sit on the ground level. They also get pounded in below the surface. So whoever owns the MetLife building here, they also own small portions of the land itself, which to construct the building's foundational supports on, as well as the subsurface rights below that, where those building foundational supports will be driven below it. So we actually have three different owners of the same space here, if you could picture that. So I'm trying to expand your thinking here, because a lot of people think, hey, you either own the property or you don't. Well, no, you could divvy out the rights to it. Look, I could own the real estate. So look, you have one person in blue who owns the land. They own the real estate. And so they actually have storefronts here on the surface of the Earth. But they sold the subsurface rights, which are owned separately by the city for Grand Central Station, the train station that's below it. And then the MetLife building owns small pieces of land where they have their foundational supports, and they own the air rights above this guy's property. So you actually have three owners in the same space. One who owns the rights to the land to what's underneath the surface of the earth, one that actually owns the surface of the earth, and one that owns the air above it. But their building can't float in the air, so they have to own small portions of the land where the building has its foundational supports in green that you see here.
Can you give us an example, like how would that happen then?
You could, you own this property.
So you own, let's say, for example, you bought this property. How would that turn into these three things?
Well, you own the property, you build these storefronts here on the surface, you sell the air rights to someone else, you sell the subsurface rights to someone else, and then they do with it whatever they want. That's it. Here, let me give you another example. I had a girl in one of my classes, she moved here from Texas. She sold her land that she had in Texas. And it's common in Texas because they have a lot of oil out there. So it's common in thing in Texas where people, when they sell their property, they sell their house, they actually keep the mineral rights. So even though she doesn't own the land or the property anymore in Texas, she still owns the mineral rights to the minerals that are in the ground, the oil, if there is any. Now, it's one thing to have the rights to what's in the ground. It's another thing to be able to extract them from the ground on someone else's property that she no longer owns. So when they sell those properties, though, what they often do is they retain the mineral rights and they also get additional rights to be on the land to be able to extract those minerals from them. If you don't want to agree to it, don't buy my property. Okay. And see, it's more common out there than it is here. You sell a house here, you're selling all your rights as well. Okay. That because, you know, we got oil underneath our property, probably not, you know. So this is a common thing that they do out there in Texas. So she actually sold her property in Texas, and she said to us in class that she hired an oil exploration company. They go out there, they have ways to try to find where's the best part to probably try to drill to explore to find the oil. And she said that they actually did that. They set up a drilling rig on the land and they actually found oil. They didn't hit the mother lode, but she said that she gets a check every month from the oil company. It's enough to pay her and her mother's mortgage payment. Not a bad deal, is it? For a property she no longer owns, it's still paying her enough to make a mortgage payment here in New Jersey.
Oh, in New Jersey.
Right. Well, the land that she sold was in Texas, and she retained the mineral rights to it in Texas. And she hired an oil exploration company that's going to be doing the drilling there. They found oil, and they split the profits with her because she's the one who owns the oil, the rights to it. So they are using their drilling expertise to find where the oil is and then drill. And then they split the profit with her. Not a bad deal for land that you don't even own, right? So this MetLife building in New York, let's give a couple more examples of this. Let me show you some actual pictures.
So my question is that building, okay, the building, if you put a building, you said that's a storefront. The person who had the property owned originally, for example, he built this big building, correct? And then MetLife came in and bought
the building was already there. The building was already there. That used to be the Pan American building. It was owned by Pan Am Airlines. They're the ones that originally built it. Here, let's take a look at
okay, so that's what I was trying to figure out, like how is it a built? Is there existing building? Is there no building? Is just air?
Hold on. I'm going to show you. Just waiting for it to open up.
Apparently, in order to have right to the air, there has to be a existing building past 500 feet, correct?
Wait, what?
In order to have air rights, you need to have a building that exceeds 500 feet.
No. You have the air rights above. Look, you could have a house in New Jersey, okay? Your house in New Jersey, you own everything below the surface of the earth. That's why you're able to put a basement underground beneath it, right? And you own everything above it. Now, sure, we want to learn I'm teaching you guys just the basic concepts of that first.
Yeah.
Now, of course, in order for you to build, you need to have, and how high you could build and where you could build and what you could build, you need to get building permits from the municipality. So does the government have some power or control over what you can build on your own property, or how high you can build it?
Yes.
Yes, they do. Okay, those are your zoning permits that you need to get in order to be able to build those things. All right, your building permits that you get from the municipality. Can your municipality restrict how high you could build your house? Can you put another level on it? Can you put 2 levels, 3 levels? Can you put 10 stories? Yeah, you got to get a permit from your local municipality. Okay, even though it's your land and you own everything on it up until infinity, right? And keep in mind, the FAA only has primary jurisdiction over everything above 500 feet of the highest point of your property. Okay, so if you build a 10-story building, they own everything over 500 feet above that. Okay, so let's take a look at this for a second. This is the Pan Am building. It's now called the MetLife building. All right, so this is the Grand Central Station that's in front of it. Okay, the entrance for that anyhow. And then it goes down, and the subway is below this building, this Pan Am, or now MetLife building. So it was constructed. Here's the construction of it. See, there's no building here. That building is not there yet. Here you could see is where they're going to build their foundational supports for that building. They've got columns that they're going to put up to hold that tall building up. Okay, and then down here is going to be the entrance down to the subway below it. Okay, so right now there already is a subway, the train station below the where the site is, where this building is going to go. So whoever owns the land there is already somebody who has the rights to what's under the ground. That would be the city. There's another person that owns the land, and then they're allowing they sold the air rights in some of these small foundational support areas where they could put up the foundation. And you see here now they started expanding that onto this building here, but that's still, we don't have that yet. The Grand Central Station still beneath the ground. And then they put up this building. So here's the entrance to Grand Central Station. This MetLife building is behind it. Here's another view. You could see there's actually storefronts here. These storefronts are owned by whoever owns the ground level. Here's the Pan Am building. It was originally owned by Pan Am, which was an airline. And this was actually, here's a little factoid for you. This was the only building in New York that actually had a working helipad on the roof. The great part about it is Pan Am building was constructed for the purpose of, you could have a train station beneath it where people can come from New Jersey and other areas, and then they could be transported. You could take the elevator through the Pan Am building to the roof and then be carried off to another area using the helipad that's on the roof of the building to someplace else. So it would be a good hub for people who work in New York that live in different areas to travel in. You know, they could fly.
What is the helipad? What is it? How does it travel?
Well, the helicopters. The helicopter.
Oh, that's a helicopter thing.
Yes, yeah. So they land on the roof. There's a helipad there where they could land onto the roof.
Oh, that's for helicopter.
Yeah.
I learned that it was meant to take people to the airport, to like Newark and JFK.
Mm-hmm. Or from.
Yeah.
You know, for business purposes, but they also got the train station beneath it. So then they could go to wherever in New York. It would be a very convenient hub for them to travel instead of fighting traffic, sitting in traffic for hours trying to go to JFK, right? Or back to New Jersey to Newark. So this was a very convenient hub, which no longer operates as a helo because they had a crash. Here's the inside of the building. you know, going down to the train station or up into the building, the MetLife building. Okay, here's a little model of it, of the layout. All right, I don't have any other pictures of it, but I did have when I
Do
was
they
doing.
still, any of those buildings, New York use the,
None of them do. None of them do.
none? It's against the law now?
Yeah, because what happened was a lot of people back then, they were like, you could find documentaries on this, the MetLife building or Pan Am building. Let's see, Pan Am building crash. Okay, there was actually a helicopter crash that the landing gear gave out on one of the helicopters. So what happened was the rotor blades from the helicopter flew off and they flung into the side of the building, and they drove into the side of the building over here. And then parts of the helicopter crashed down into the street below, many stories below, into the lower street. And it actually killed a pregnant woman that was walking on the street below. It's surprising that more people didn't die. 5 people died in this crash, 4 of them on the roof and 1 of them down below on the ground where parts fell. Or actually 3, maybe 3 on the roof and 1 in the building, and then 1 on the ground level.
On YouTube, there's a video by Bloomberg that explains the whole thing.
Well, you could find full documentaries. I mean, History Channel and what have you. Here's some more pictures of it. Can you guys see this or no? Am I sharing this with you?
No.
Yeah. So here's some pictures of the crash. Okay, on the roof. All right. What happened was they had this side landing gear in the helicopters. They were very big helicopters. They're bringing in a lot of people in and out. That landing gear actually gave way, and the gear broke off the side. So the helicopter tilted to the side, and then the rotors that were spinning dug into the building, snapped and broke off. The helicopter rolled over on its side. You see how the landing gear is here? So the landing gear broke on one side and it spun over. You can see the copter crash on Pan Am roof, 5 killed, 8 hurt. That was in 1977. That's the last time a helicopter landed on a roof in New York. Okay. Here's just some more pictures of it. You could find a whole documentary over this. That's fake. I don't know what that is. But anyway, they had a nice service going out of there. There's some pictures of the helicopter taking off. It was a Huey. You see that with the double rotor blades. And unfortunately, people got hurt and died in that crash. So back to the class here. All right, so so that's the basic breakdown. You could have one person who owns the subsurface rights, one person who owns the land, and one person has the air rights. So this becomes a very valuable commodity in an area like New York City, where there's congested area where there's not a whole lot of land where you could build out. So then you got to either build up or down. So now doesn't all that space become more valuable? So would you agree that air rights could be valuable?
Yeah.
What about subsurface rights? Look at the girl from Texas. The mineral rights. Mineral rights are valuable. You guys have ever watched that Alaskan Gold Rush show on TV?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. A lot of those guys are digging on property trying to find gold. A lot of them don't own the property that they're digging on.
Oh, okay.
They just know how to track and look for gold, and then they set up their systems to dig for it, to mine it, and get it out. They got that gold fever, that gold rush fever, right? But it's not their land. So they approach the landowner, and they offer to do a mineral lease from them. Basically, they're going to rent the land from them with an agreement that they're allowed to dig to try to find gold on the property. So they're paying the landlord whether they find gold or not. They're renting the land to be able to dig on it to try to find gold. And then with a further agreement that in the event they do find gold, the landlord shares part of that. with a further agreement that they need to find at least so much gold by a certain deadline. Because if they don't, then that landowner who knows there's gold on their property will get a different crew to come in that knows how to find the gold and get it out of the ground to rent from them and do that. That's why these guys, sometimes they get nervous. They're like, oh no, the landlord's going to do a surprise visit on us, right? And they start getting scrambling. Let's count how much gold we got so far. That's why they start getting nervous, because they got to make sure that they're at least on goal for their target for finding the minimum amount of gold that the landlord wants them to be getting. Otherwise, they'll cancel their lease and then they'll get someone else in there. All right. All right. So that's air rights and subsurface rights or mineral rights as well. All right. So now, unfortunately, I have to apologize in advance because nobody likes these, but I still have to explain them and go over them with you. It's something called water rights. We do have to go over water rights. And I know you didn't join this class to become a part of a science class, but nonetheless, we got to teach you about it. Okay. So water rights. We're going to learn a little bit about geology here, right? Well, actually, before we do, with the air rights stuff, I told you the FAA has jurisdiction of everything over 500 feet over the highest point. Somebody mentioned about, well, building on your own property. Can you build on your own property? Well, what if you live near an airport? Can you build up a high building and put additions on a second, third story on your building if you live near an airport?
I don't think so.
I mean, what happens if you're pretty soon now? I mean, those planes got to come in at a glide path. And if you disturb that glide path, then planes are going to have to start swooping down and swooping in. And that causes more hazards to the public that needs to be landing. Hold on, I'm waiting for my whiteboard to come in. Can you guys see the whiteboard yet or no?
Yeah.
No.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, that one.
There you go. Just waiting for my controls to load on the whiteboard so I could draw on it. Can't draw yet. Come on, whiteboard. This application takes a little while. Come on, Microsoft, chugga, chugga, chugga. Something's happening. There we go. All right. So, with an airport, when it comes to airports, so let's just say that you have a runway here on an airport, and you own a property. Okay, here's the fence for the airport right by the street, and you own a property across the street over here, and you got your house. Okay, well, planes have no problem coming in and their glide path, you know, coming in and then they land, right? However, what if you start building up your building and you build it up this high? Well, planes can't do that glide path anymore. Now they're going to have to stay higher longer and then swoop down. Okay? So for that reason, municipalities can restrict you from being able to build your building higher so that airplanes can have that smooth glide path to come in for their landing. The most dangerous time, the biggest chance for an airplane to crash is during takeoff and landing. So adding more hazards and obstacles to it is not a good thing. So this is why municipalities, we always, in the real estate industry as agents, we always had the obligation of having to notify somebody if they're buying a property in an airport, what we call an airport flight path safety zone. Thank God the newer versions of our contracts now have all those municipalities and a disclosure for that written standard in our contract. So you guys don't have to do all that additional research anymore. So let's just say that we have a runway Okay, we have a runway that goes like this, right? Let's see. Here's the runway in an airport. Okay, that's the runway. So now when a plane comes in, where is the more likely area that a plane will crash? On this area or in this area during takeoff or landing, right? For a long distance out or in. But it could also veer off course a little bit here or here. So people who live in these areas and have buildings in these areas within certain distances of the runway, or even this distance or this distance for even miles out, would be considered to be in an airport flight path safety zone. And we, as real estate agents, anytime somebody's buying a property in an airport flight path safety zone, they have to be notified of those possible dangers. And there's always the possibility that a plane can crash, and you're in one of those safety zone areas that it's, if a plane does crash, where it's more likely to crash. Okay, so actually in the book on page 182, on the chapter 14 book only, chapter 13 book, they don't have it in the contract, I don't think. Oh, wait, no, chapter 13, they do have it. I'm sorry, the 13 version book, they do have it. It's in chapter 11 in the contracts. So if you're in the 14th version book, go to page 182. I'll show you on the actual contract. It's in section 20 of the contract. So even if you're on the 13 version of the book in chapter 11, I'm sorry, yeah, chapter 11, section 20 of the contract, you could see there's a listing of air safety and zoning notice. And here's a listing of all the airports in New Jersey within the airport flight path safety zones. Now, you may see that Newark and Linden is not listed there. But there's a paragraph beneath it. Hold on, I got to pull out some glasses because these are small wording here. The following airports are not subject to the Airport Safety and Zoning Act because they're subject to federal regulations within the jurisdiction of the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, and therefore not regulated by New Jersey. Essex County Airport, Linden Airport, Newark Airport, Teterboro, Little Ferry Seaplane Base, Atlantic City International Airport, and McGuire Air Force Base, and NAEC Lakehurst. Okay. So the good thing is we don't have to put any disclosures. They're already in the contract now. Just wanted to show you about airport flight path safety zones a little bit. All right, so let's learn about water rights now. Sorry, guys. This is terminology you do need to know and you will get on both exams. So back to page 85 in chapter 5. Let's start off with littoral. What are littoral property rights? When we talk about water rights, we're not talking about your rights to use the water, or the rights are not about the water. When we talk about water rights, we're talking, water is a precious resource. We all need it to survive. We're talking about the rights that the landowner has when they own land that either has water on it, running across it, or bordering it. What are the rights that the owner of that land has, and what exactly do they own? So if you have littoral property rights, littoral begins with the letter L. So do lakes and large bodies of water like the ocean. Okay, so think of that, lakes and large bodies of water. So littoral property rights, you have littoral property rights when you own land that borders navigable waters controlled by the tides. So basically the ocean has tides, right? Most lakes don't, but the Great Lakes do, right? They got their own storm systems, even their own weather systems. So you have littoral property rights when you own land that is navigable. What does this word navigable mean? It means commercial shipping can go through it. Not you could get your little weekend boat through it or your wave rider. It means commercial shipping like barges and super freighters and such can go through that water. So the key is that the waters are navigable. You own land that borders navigable waters. Then you have what kind of property rights?
Littoral.
Littoral. And those navigable waters are usually controlled by the tides. There's a high tide and a low tide. And where does there a high tide or low tide? The ocean. Now, there is some exceptions, like I said, with the Great Lakes, but we don't have the Great Lakes in New Jersey. So, but if you were ever to go practice real estate in another state, that applies there too. Great Lakes, even though it's a lake, commercial shipping goes through there. They're very huge lakes. Commercial shipping goes through there. They do have high tide, low tide. So if you own land that borders the water on the Great Lakes, what kind of property ownership do you have? Littoral property rights. Correct. So now if you own land, and right now I just want to describe how to identify what kind of property rights you have, and then I'll explain why that matters. Now, if you have riparian property rights, that means that you have water sitting on the property or running across it, where you could have like a river or a stream, or you could have a pond or even a little lake on your property. Is it possible to have a little river or lake or a pond on your property, or a stream running on it or bordering it? Yeah.
Yes.
And you're not going to have commercial shipping going through that though, right? So those are non-navigable waters. Now, where is the water sitting when you have riparian property rights? On your property. Oh, so are you saying that I own the land under the water? Yes. So what do you own when you have riparian property rights? You actually own the land that the water's sitting on or running across. You actually own the land. You can own the land under the water. If you have littoral property rights, you only own the land up to the mean high water mark. The mean is the average. Okay. Now, the average would be not taking into consideration the outliers. Sometimes we get storms, superstorms and stuff, and where the sea levels rise. All right. Don't start injecting global warming and sea levels rising and all that stuff, because sea level has not risen that much over the centuries. Okay.
So is it called the mean average of what?
Over the historical average mean.
Oh, historical.
Yeah. So, I mean, look, sometimes we get people in class and they start talking about, well, global warming and sea levels rising. Well, do you know that sea levels drop in other areas? Okay. Sea levels rise, but in some areas, and they lower in other areas. All right. So take a look at the Statue of Liberty when it was built. Take a look at Statue of Liberty from the oldest pictures on file where the water levels go up to. And then take a look at today's pictures of the Statue of Liberty. Looks like the water is at the same level. I mean, so those water levels are the variations in them over all those hundreds of years are minuscule. Okay. So the littoral property rights, you own what you own up to the mean high water mark. So if you have a beachfront property, is that navigable waters? The beach, the ocean?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. So what do you own? You own the land up to the mean high water mark. You ever see when the tide goes out and you can see the stain in the sand where the water used to come up to? You own the land up to that. You don't own the land past that. That's public. That's the high water mark. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So if you have riparian property rights, you could actually have a lake or stream or a river on your property or a pond, and you could actually own the land that's the water is sitting on or running across, okay? Now, if two properties are separated by a stream, here we go, A and B. We got two properties here, land A and B, and they're separated by a stream here. The center of the stream would become the property line. Here, let me see. Actually, in the book, I think they got a better graphic. Turn to page 86 for a moment. On page 86, the picture, figure 5.3, right, describing the non-navigable stream, and figure 5.3 there, riparian rights. You see that picture? You have two houses with a stream separating the two properties. If two properties are separated by a stream, the center of the stream would become the property line. And that's what you're seeing here. Each owner actually owns land under the water up to the center of the stream. Now, if that stream were to suddenly change its course, the property line wouldn't move. It would stay where it always was. Okay? Important to know. So if two adjoining properties are separated by a stream, where's the property line?
Center line of the stream.
The center of the stream. And if that stream were to change its course, because it does, the earth, look, you could have a stream that's been running the same way down the same gully for the last several hundred years. And then all of a sudden the stream carves out, it's wearing away the dirt under the water there, and it hits, it exposes a rock, and that rock now causes the water to jettison in a different direction. And if that water is jettisoning in a different direction, now all of a sudden the stream starts changing its course. Or there's a flood in the area, and or you get a lot of rains and the river swells, and then it starts changing its course and going in a different direction, and it doesn't return. Okay, well, the stream changed its course. Okay, what happens to the property line? It stays where it always was. It does not move because the stream changed its course. Okay. And you got the picture at the top on the right-hand side, which shows you, you got that commercial a cruise ship through there. So you could see both the property owners only own up to the edge of the water, the high water mark during high tide, right? So let's go down now and see. In New Jersey, riparian rights, most frequently referred to as the rights of landowners abutting on tidal flow lands. For example, the Meadowlands and the Hackensack River. Normally, when two properties have streams as their common border, the dividing line is the center of the stream. Highlight, if the stream were to suddenly change its course, it's a process known as avulsion. The property line would not move, but would remain where it always had been. Okay. So what is avulsion? It's the sudden change. It's not a gradual. It's a sudden change of a course of a stream. Okay. So avulsion is this, for exams, all you need to know is avulsion is the change of the course of a stream. All right. However, avulsion is a form of, it can be a form of involuntary alienation, where the stream suddenly changes its course and breaks away some dirt from you, and it deposits some of the land on the neighbor's property. Did that neighbor gain additional land? Did you lose your land? Well, if avulsion takes place where it would cause a loss in your land, like on the ocean, you would actually be able to replenish that land. But if it were gradually worn away over time, you would not be able to. see if I have something here for that. Give me 1 second, guys. Still trying to improve on these slideshows a little bit. I'll have better graphics here over time, but so if the water wears away at the land, gradually, like say the beachfront property gets eroded away. Now, typically the state will replenish the beaches, but if it gets worn away over land, unless the state allows it, you generally cannot replace that land. However, if it is suddenly torn away due to a sudden change of a course of a stream or a violent action of the water, then you can replenish your land. But as far as exams, what do you need to know? Avulsion is the sudden change of a course of a stream. That's it. Now, you guys probably heard of this word before, erosion. What's erosion? It's a wearing away of land by wind or water. Or for metals, it's by rust, right? It could be by rust as well. But so the erosion is the wearing away of the land by the wind or water. Now, the opposite of erosion would be accretion. Accretion is the opposite of erosion. It's the process of water gradually increasing the land by depositing solid material, sand, rock, and dirt over a period of time. That solid material, the sand, rock, or dirt that's deposited by the water is called alluvion. Alluvion is what we call the solid material that's deposited by the water. So accretion is the action of the water depositing the solid material. Let's actually put those words in the slideshow. Let me get there and make a little edit here. Accretion is the opposite of erosion. It's the process / the action of water gradually increasing the land by depositing solid materials, sand, rock, dirt. The soil, right? Everybody with me? You guys nodding off, or are you with me? You paying attention? You good?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Yes. Here.
Good slide to study from, guys. Good slide to study from, but let's highlight in the book now. Accretion is an increase of land caused by the gradual depositing of solid material called alluvion. Then, on that same line, highlight the opposite of erosion, which is a loss of property. Then we have the last word, reliction. What is reliction? Well, reliction, I like my definition better here. It's more accurate or explains it better. Reliction is a permanent receding of the tides, okay? Reliction is a permanent receding of the tides or receding of the water by the withdrawal of the water from the land, which leaves you more usable land. It's not the creation of any additional land. It creates additional dry land because that land was always there. It was just covered in water. Now it's exposed because the tide went out and the water never came back. Now you may ask, well, where does that happen? You know, oh, sea levels are rising. Well, not everywhere. Take a look at the meadowlands. This happened before any of us were ever born. The meadowlands used to all be underwater. That's an example of reliction. The tides pulled out, exposing the land, and they never came back, giving us usable dry land now that we now have highways, stadiums, Xanadu, or whatever that shopping center is.
How long was that?
Huh?
How long ago was that?
I don't know. Before any of us were ever born, no. I actually had one person ever in my class. So I usually ask a question. Does anybody know within about 30 miles of here, where can anybody give me an example of where reliction actually took place? I had a guy one time, he was like, oh yeah, the Meadowlands. I was like, how the hell do you know that? He was like, oh, well, my son's in the Boy Scouts, and the Boy Scouts, we just did a tour there this past weekend. I'm like, you did a tour of the waters over that swampland by the Meadowlands? And he's like, yeah, we actually went out in canoes, and they actually have the guides that go over there, and we did a tour of the land there, and they teach you about the process of how this was all once underwater and the science of it. He's like, they teach you all that stuff in the Boy Scouts. I was like, who would have known? They're giving tours of the swampland and the Meadowlands. But I guess you learn, you know. But that kind of threw me off, because I didn't know that until I started teaching this class, reliction and the Meadowlands, you know, that was all one time underwater and permanent receding of the tides, right? So it does happen. It does happen. Now, New Jersey's also, remember I told you they're working on some of those laws that are in conflict with each other for people to be able to take away your land if they've used it for a period of time. Well, with that, they're also working on creating another additional rule, that what happens if the land that you own or that's bordering your land was always covered in water and exposed in water? What if it becomes dry now because the tides go out? If that was littoral, basically bordering navigable waters, do you now own more land? Well, they're going to draw up in there that land would have not had to have seen water for 40 years before you could become owner of it. Okay, so they're going to be adding that rule to the law. Okay, someday. Okay, so anyway, here's your water rights: littoral and riparian. When do you have littoral property rights? When you own land that borders navigable waters controlled by the tides. When do you have riparian property rights? When you have non-navigable water bordering or on your property. And then what do you own? You actually own the land under the water. And when two properties are separated by a stream, where's the property line? Center of the stream. What happens to the property line if the stream changes its course? Nothing. It remains where it always was. What do we call the sudden change of a course of a stream? Avulsion. And here, look, avulsion has an S in it for sudden change, I guess, maybe. Erosion is the wearing away of land by wind or water. So what's the opposite of erosion? Well, if water were to deposit land, and that's done through the process of accretion. Incretion. I don't know. Try to figure out a way to assimilate that to an increase. Increase. I don't know. I try to think of ways. I like to mispronounce words to try to remember them. Okay. If you got another way to do it, by all means. Now, alluvion, take a look at the words alluvion and avulsion. If you were to see them together on a multiple choice answer on an exam, don't they look a lot alike? They both got A's, U's, L's, I, O, N's in them. The only difference is one has an S and one has a V. Actually, no, they both got V's. Only difference is one has an S and the other has two L's. So let's use that to remember what the difference is. Avulsion is the sudden change of a course of a stream. It has the letter S in it. Alluvion is what we call the additional dirt that's deposited through the process of accretion. Alluvian has 2 L's where avulsion has only 1. You gain an L, you gain some dirt. All right. The one where you gain an L, you gain some dirt. So it's the dirt that had been gained. Alluvian is the dirt that had been gained. So the one with 2 L's is the one where you gain some dirt, you gain an L. Hopefully that works for you to remember it. If it doesn't, that's all I got. I don't know what to tell you. Try to figure out another way to remember it. Sorry, guys. I know these are new words for you, unless you are science freaks. This is new words for a lot of us, right? But you do get all of these words you will see on exam, the water rights words. Didn't I apologize in advance?
Yes, you did.
I did. Okay. Does anybody have any questions, or did I explain it good enough that you have an understanding of it? And are these definitions good enough for you here on this slide, at least?
Yes, very good. Thank you.
Okay. So let's finish up by highlighting the reliction definition here in the book. Let's highlight that sentence for reliction, that last sentence there. But in that sentence, you're going to highlight the whole sentence, but I want you to cross out a few words so it doesn't confuse you when you're studying. I want you to cross out where it says reliction is the, I want you to cross out creation of dry land by the. I want you to cross out creation of dry land by the. This way, the only thing you should have highlighted is reliction is the gradual withdrawal of water from the land by the lowering of its surface level. Because I don't want you getting confused. Reliction is not creating any land. It's creating dry land because the water's pulling away, but it's not creating any new land. That land was always there. It was just covered with water. So that definition, when sometimes people study, they get a little confused by it. So I just want to remove those words. And instead, at the end of the sentence, write exposing land, not creating it. So reliction is the gradual withdrawal of water from the land by the lowering of its surface level, exposing land, not creating it. It's a permanent receding of the tides. Now, I know nothing's permanent, but permanent as far as our lifetimes go. So it's exposing land, not creating it. This is what I wrote in my book. At the end of that sentence, I wrote exposing land, not creating it, a permanent receding of the tides. Okay. Now, the next part's nothing to study. It's just a little factoid they throw in here about how much coastland we have here in New Jersey. New Jersey contains approximately 124 miles of coastland. Approximately half of it is owned by the municipalities and 1/4 is under private ownership. And those people are rich because it ain't cheap to own beachfront property. The state and federal government each own about 14 miles, and property that borders on water, like a river, lake, or ocean, is often priced by front foot because that's the more valuable part of the land, the side that's facing the water. All right, so what is a front foot? I have on a slide in front of you the word frontage or front foot or front feet. It's the measurement of how wide the front of the lot is, usually facing the street. Here in this image that you see up here, frontage, let's look at the picture on the left, the drawing on the left. This lot is 50 feet by 100 feet. So the front of the lot facing the street, how wide the lot is, that's how much frontage you have. 50 by 100 lot, that means that you have a perfectly rectangular lot if you have a 50 by 100 lot. Otherwise, it'd be 50 by 100 by a different measurement by another measurement. So if it just has two numbers there, 50 by 100, that means you got a perfect rectangle lot there if they're different numbers. So the first number in a measurement that says 50 times 100, that's a 50 by 100 lot. That means the first number always signifies the width of the lot facing the street. Now, if you own a waterfront property, which side of the lot is more expensive or more valuable or more desired by people? The front facing the street, or would you consider the front the part that's facing the water?
Water.
It's the part that's facing the water. So if you measure how much of your land is actually on the water side, that's how many front feet you have, because that's the more valuable side of the lot. Okay, so frontage is measured on the water side when you own waterfront property. Why do you think they call it waterfront and not water back? Okay, it's waterfront property. Okay, that's the more valuable side of the property. Okay, so I got that down there in these two slides. I explained that. So, okay, you know what? Before we get into anything else, we'll take our lunch break a little bit early today. So let me pause. So from this point forward in this class, there's only two kinds of property in this world. It's either real property or personal property that we're talking about. Real property is the real estate. Everything else is personal property. Two categories of property. It's either real or personal. Now, all the property that doesn't fit into the definition of real property would be personal property. Chattel, this is a word to add to your definition list. Chattel or chattels is tangible personal property. You know what tangible property is? You know what the word tangible means? It's something that you can touch or feel. So if you could touch it, it's chattel. If you could touch it, it's chattel. My cell phone is chattel. I could touch it, right? So if you could touch it, feel it, it's tangible. And if it's personal property, it's chattel. Okay, so anything you could touch or feel is tangible. Another word for tangible is corporeal. A corporeal asset is a tangible asset. It's anything you can touch. And if it is personal and tangible, it's called chattel. Okay? So let's highlight on the top of page 87 there under real property versus personal property. Tangible personal property is referred to as chattel. You know, the paragraph before it, they refer to a word hereditament. Anything that can be inherited is a hereditament, right? They're not going to ask that on exam. If you do see that question on exam, it'll probably be a wrong answer option, okay, because they use real words. But if they were to ask something like that, you could, I mean, hereditament even sounds like inherit. You could figure it out. But tangible personal property is chattel, okay? Annual crops that need to be planted every year are considered to be chattel. They're tangible personal property. They're not part of the land. They're not part of the real estate because you need to plant them every year. Okay? Remember, what's the definition of land? The surface of the earth and all things permanently attached to it by nature, like trees and bushes. But if you have to plant it every year for it to come back, it's personal property. And if it's tangible personal property, something you could touch, it's chattel. Okay? So, but these annual crops, there's a word for them. And let me see, that word will probably be coming up in the next slideshow. Anyway, trees and crops that don't require that annual cultivation, they're called emblements. All right, well, we'll see that here at the bottom of the next slide. So let's go to the next paragraph in the book. It says the distinction between personal property and real property is of great importance. The reason being is because how you transfer the ownership of the two differ. How do we transfer the ownership of real estate, real property?
Deed?
By deed, by some sort of deed of conveyance, right? A deed is used to transfer one's right, interest, or ownership in real property, right? So how do we transfer the ownership of a personal asset? By a bill of sale, right? You went to the store, bought the clothes on your back. They gave you a receipt. That's your bill of sale, right? So personal property is transferred by bill of sale, while real property is transferred by deed, okay? Now, it's possible to change the status of an item that's real property to personal property. For example, a tree is considered part of the real estate. But I could take a chainsaw, cut that tree down, and that tree is now severed from the earth, and it's now personal property, and I could sell it as a Christmas tree, for example, right? So that would be through a process known as severance. When you're severing it from the earth, it's now becoming it's becoming personal property. Now, the reverse is also possible, but there's no fancy word for it. I could go to Home Depot and I could buy a plant from Home Depot. What kind of property is it? Personal property. I take it home and I plant it into the ground, and that personal property is now part of the real estate, provided it's not a flower that has to be planted every year, right? Here's another example. A chandelier. I could buy a chandelier from the store. That's personal property. Now I take it I take it home, I chain it to the ceiling, I bolt it to the ceiling, I wire it into the house. That now chandelier has become part of the real estate. It's a fixture. It's been permanently fixed to the real estate in such a manner that it has become part of the real estate. So vegetation falls into two classes: trees and perennial bushes that do not require annual cultivation. You don't have to plant them every year. They're part of the real estate. However, ones that you do need to plant every year, like annual crops, we're going to highlight annual crops such as wheat, corn, and garden vegetables are known as emblements. And emblements are considered to be personal property. Now, the next sentence after that says, one would expect a tenant farmer. I would stress the word tenant, like maybe underline it and put a quotes around it, tenant farmer. This isn't the owner, it's a tenant, somebody who's renting the farm, to come back and return the harvest even after the farm had been sold, because that tenant farmer is allowed to pick the fruits of their labor that is their personal property. The owner of the land did not have a right to sell the crop that their tenant had planted. Even if they sold the farm, that tenant farmer is allowed to come back and pick the fruits of their labor because it's their personal property. Now, if it was the farmer that owned the land and he sold the farm, and even though he's got a crop there, he would probably negotiate that crop in the sale, or would negotiate that he could come back and pick that crop, that fruit of his labor, so to speak. Right? Now, mobile homes, they're considered to be personal property, but if you remove them from their axles and permanently fix them to a foundation, they become real estate. They become part of the real estate themselves, right? And can we sell a mobile home? We could broker the resale of mobile homes, but not the new ones, right? Because we're not licensed as motor vehicle dealers. Turn to page 88. So under fixtures, an article that was once personal property, but it's now been attached to the real estate, to the building in such a manner that it's become part of the building, is considered to be a fixture. It's permanently fixed to the property, and it's considered part of the real estate. So what is a fixture? It's an article that was once personal property that has been affixed to the real estate in such a manner that it's become part of the real estate. That is a fixture. So what kind of asset, what kind of property is a fixture?
I guess that fixed permanently into real estate.
So what kind of property is it? There's only two kinds of property in this world, real or personal.
Real estate.
A fixture is real property because it has been made to be part of the real estate. Okay. Now, when you just go buy it from the store, it's personal property. But once you attach it to the real estate, it becomes part of the real estate. It's no longer personal property. It's a fixture. It's been permanently fixed or attached to the real estate. And it is now part of the real estate. So we need to understand the difference between what is considered to be personal property and what is a fixture and part of the real estate. Okay. Your sink. You go to Home Depot or Lowe's, you buy a new sink, right? That sink is personal property until you take it home, attach it, fix it to the plumbing, and now it's part of the real estate, right? The toilet bowl, you go get a new toilet bowl. That toilet bowl is personal property. Once you hook it up to the plumbing in the house, it's part of the real estate. You don't take that with you when you leave, right?
Yeah.
Right. You know, I had one girl in my class, she was like, she's like, I sell my house, I'm taking my toilet with me. The whole class shot her a look. But she had a good reason for saying that. And, you know, I didn't think about it. And she did have a valid reason. She said, you know, I'm a tall woman. And she's like, my husband's even taller than me. She's like, you know how hard it is to sit on you little people toilets? She's like, you know what? I never thought about that. You know, somebody who's really tall, they need a taller toilet to sit on. Otherwise, it's like you sitting on a little kiddie toilet, you know, the kid's little potty. All right. I never even thought about that. So she has a valid reason. But wait, hold on one second. That toilet, no matter her reason, that toilet is still part of the real estate. So can she take it with her when she leaves? Only if she stated up front when she put the property up for sale that the toilet, that she was taking that toilet with her, but she would replace it with another one. You can't just leave those sewer pipes open with gases coming out, you know? So she could take it with her, provided that she stated that at the beginning of the transaction before they were under a legally binding contract, okay? Same thing with chandeliers. These often become items of contention. If an owner doesn't say that they're going to take it, then last minute they take it. You know, that buyer could have been like, wait a minute, what happened? That chandelier made the entryway. It was so beautiful. That's why I priced my offer accordingly. Well, that seller's in breach of contract if they take it and they never stated it up front. Because now they're changing the terms. They're actually removing parts of the real estate. That's not what the buyer agreed to. So the seller would be in breach of contract in those situations. That's why it's important for you guys as real estate agents, when you're getting these listings, to ask and probe and ask these questions to the seller so that we don't have these dramatic problems later on. We need to know what is going with the real estate and what you're taking with you. Are you planning on taking the chandelier or the shed or something that's part of the real estate? You don't have to list all your personal property because your personal property is yours. You take that with you. But part of the real estate, is there something you're planning on taking? See, a lot of times items that appear to be fixtures and part of the real estate can be kind of argued by people. What about the key to the front door of the house? Is that personal property or part of the real estate?
Personal.
It's part of the real estate. It goes to the lock, which is part of the integral part of the front door. You can't hold the keys hostage and try to charge extra money for the keys to the buyer. I've had people try to do that though. You know, just like the remote control to the garage door opener. I've had people you get a lot of cheap people out there. Never underestimate the cheapness of people. You know, I've had a lot of cheap people out there try to charge extra $35 for each garage door opener. You know, it happens, you know, but they can't do that because it's part of the garage door opener, which is attached to the garage door, which is part of the real estate. What about the refrigerator? personal property or real property?
Personal.
Personal. It's chattel, right? It's tangible personal property that that person can take with them. So unless that refrigerator is like one of those Sub-Zero fridges that are made to look like part of the cabinetry and it's built into the cabinetry. So what determines whether an article is part of the real estate or personal property? Well, a couple things. If we go down to the bottom of the page, I know I'm skipping forward here just for a second. It would be the, actually, you know, let's not skip forward. Let's just go through the items here in the book and then we'll get to them, okay? Under tenant and trade fixtures, I want you guys to highlight the first sentence. An article owned by a tenant and attached to rented space for use in conducting a business is a trade fixture. So an article owned by a tenant and attached to rented space for use in conducting a business is a trade fixture. You guys are here to learn a new trade. A trade is a business. So a fixture that's used for business purposes would be a trade fixture, and it's considered chattel, tangible personal property. And the tenant can remove it and take it with them as long as they remove it before the lease expires. If the lease expired and they did not remove it from the building, it is possible for a trade fixture to become part of the real estate, okay? The tenant never removed it before their lease expired. All right, so trade fixtures differ from other fixtures in the following ways. Fixtures belong to the owner of the real estate. Highlight, trade fixtures are usually owned and installed by tenants for use in conducting a business or for use in conducting business use. Okay.
Sorry, where's that?
That's the first bullet point.
Oh.
Fixtures are considered a permanent part of the building, but trade fixtures are removable. The tenant must, however, restore the property to its original condition, as when they got the lease. For instance, if you have a beauty salon owner, and that beauty salon, you know, they've got those sinks in there that got the cutout for your neck so they could wash your hair. Those are trade fixtures. They are fixtures. They're attached to the plumbing, but they're used for conducting that business. Now, if the beauty salon owner leaves there and they move to a different building, can they take them sinks with them?
Yes.
Yes, they can, because they're trade fixtures, provided that they remove them before the lease expires. Now, can they just leave those leaky pipes open and exposed? No, they got to cap them off behind the walls and leave the property the way that they received it, okay? So fixtures are legally considered real estate. Highlight that. Fixtures are legally considered real estate. Trade fixtures are considered personal property. And it's possible for a trade fixture to become a fixture. How? If the tenant didn't remove it before their lease expired. Now, in this slide that you see up here in front of you, trade fixtures are considered personal property installed and used for business purposes by a tenant and can be removed before the lease expires, unless they had an agreement where the landlord would allow them to remove it afterwards, but that's usually not the case. You got to move all your stuff out by the time your lease expires or renew your lease, or whatever's left behind is now the property of the landlord. So the lease expires, otherwise it becomes a fixture and part of the real estate. Here are some examples of trade fixtures. A barber's chair, the pumps at the gas station, shelving in supermarkets, sinks in a beauty salon, the stoves and hoods in a restaurant. Those are all considered to be trade fixtures. They're considered personal property and they can be removed by the tenant if they remove them before the lease expires. Otherwise, they become part of the real estate and the owner of the property's property. Okay. Annual crops are emblements. They are considered to be chattel, tangible personal property. All right. Now it says tenant fixtures, not trade, but tenant fixtures are also fixtures installed by a tenant in residential property. And they include items such as bookcases or chandeliers or even stoves. Without prior written agreement of the landlord, they become part of the real estate and they belong to the landlord. Well, first of all, tenants cannot make any modifications to rented space. Most leases say that clearly in them to begin with. You can't even paint your apartment without the landlord's permission. Why do you need the landlord's permission to make any improvements? Well, because it's their property. And if you're going to do any modifications, the landlord wants to give their approval of them first. And they want to make sure that those modifications are done properly. If it's something that requires a permit, they want the permits done. If it's they want it done by a licensed electrician or plumber or what have you. If you're going to do improvements by installing chandeliers or stuff like that, the landlord may want to give their approval of it first. Now, once you do an improvement to the real estate, you improve the landlord's real estate. Thank you for doing that. But it's the landlord's property now. Unless the landlord gave you prior written consent that you can remove it when your lease expires, when you move, you cannot. Then that's destruction of the premises. Landlord gave you permission to improve it, but not destruct it. Look, even with the painting of the apartment, why do you need the landlord's permission to paint your apartment? Have you seen some of the colors that people paint their apartments? I used to be a superintendent of an apartment building. I remember this one tenant. She was a Hello Kitty fanatic. You know, she liked that bright pink. And she painted her bedroom this bright pink, this Hello Kitty Pepto-Bismol pink, okay? And talk about a color that's hard to cover up. The landlord gave her permission to paint her bedroom, provided that when she moved out, she returned it to a neutral color. And our neutral colors we had there were like a light brownish eggshell color. So they wanted her to paint it back to that. Well, she didn't. She said, well, you could paint it and then just take it out of the security deposit. And then she was kind of upset when she found out that she really didn't get any of her security deposit back because of how hard it was to cover up that paint. Sometimes the landlord let me paint the, instead of getting a professional painter in there, I'd go in there and I'd do the painting. And so for the cover up of that, I primed it, painted it, that pink bled through. Painted it again, the pink bled through again. I went and I put another coat of primer and paint, bled through. I went out and I bought some expensive Valspar, that one coat prime paint combination, and it bled through that too. And that's supposed to be some kind of great cover up anything. Nope, didn't cover it up. So, I mean, how many layers are we in? We're like 8 layers of paint in now, and it's still bleeding through. So I went to the guy at the professional paint store that we got our supplies from, and I'm like, I'm at wit's end. I don't know what the hell to do with this color, you know? And the guy there at the paint store, he's like, okay, here's what you got to do. He sold me a brown primer. It's like a dark brown primer. He's like, you got to go darker first in the primer, and then you could paint it a lighter color. He's like, but that's the only way you're going to cover up nuisance colors like that. So I ended up buying this brown primer, painted the room, and then we went backwards with the lighter eggshell color to cover it up. But then by then we're already like, what, 10, 11 coats of paint in there between coats of paint and primer, you know, so, and plus my labor to do all that painting, you know, so she didn't get a whole lot of her security deposit back, and she was quite perturbed, but she should have painted it because that was in her agreement, right? All right. I see people paint their rooms purple. I mean, I love purple. Purple's my favorite color, but I wouldn't paint a room purple, especially the dark, deep purple or black. People paint their rooms black, you know. I mean, I can understand for a dark room, but it's not your bedroom. Come on, man. Some colors can be difficult. So anyway, this is why you need the landlord's permission to do any improvements, and that's usually a standard provision in leases. And if you can do any improvements by adding fixtures, those fixtures generally become part of the real estate, right? So what are the legal tests for what is considered to be a fixture? Well, personal property that's permanently attached to the land or building is considered to be part of the real estate, and that's a fixture. Now, the legal tests for being a fixture or personal property is the intentions of the party who installed the item, the method of annexation of how they attached it, the adaptation of the article to the real estate, and the relationship of the parties. So there you go, clear as mud. So it's still an argument, okay? So basically, what am I saying here? Try to ask the person and find out up front so that we could avoid problems, because obviously these legal tests of a fixture can be subjective as well. All right. And one judge in a court versus another judge in a court can have differing opinions. What about wall-to-wall carpeting? Is wall-to-wall carpeting considered personal property, or is that part of the real estate? You know, the wall-to-wall carpeting that's stapled around the edges and tacked down, it goes underneath the coping.
In a rental?
Real estate?
I would think it's part of the real estate.
Was it stapled down?
Yeah, well, wall-to-wall carpeting, you gotta, otherwise it's gonna curl up at the edges. You know, area rugs are one thing, you know, but wall-to-wall carpeting, the kind that goes underneath the coping on the framing, you know, the coping on the edge of the wall, that's part of the real estate. But not all judges rule the same. So you could have an argument where somebody said, oh, the owner took the wall-to-wall carpeting with them when they sold the house, or the tenant took the wall-to-wall carpeting, what have you. All right, well, carpeting, I mean, I would think wall-to-wall carpeting is part of the real estate. An area rug is personal property, but depends on the argument that somebody makes in court if it gets that far. How about we try to avoid that problem altogether and ask these questions at the time we get a listing? Okay, it's important so that we can avoid all the drama. All right, so let's go to the key terms on page 90. Okay. Let's see, we got a couple, I got other slides here. Real property ownership is transferred by deed, personal by bill of sale. Walkthroughs, oh yeah. Before we do the key terms, let's talk about the final walkthrough. This is why it's important to do a final walkthrough of the house when you're got a buyer that's purchasing the home. What's the purpose of that final walkthrough? It's to make sure that the property's in the same condition as when the buyer made the offer, and that the seller did not remove anything that was supposed to go with the real estate. The toilet, the chandelier. It's important. And it's also to make sure that the seller cleaned out all their stuff and they didn't leave any garbage behind. When sellers sell the property, they're supposed to leave the property in broom swept clean condition. So basically no piles of garbage, no broken furniture. And it's also to make sure that they didn't put any gouges in the floor or holes in the walls when they were moving their stuff and breaking stuff, right? That's why we do the final walkthrough. So when should you do the final walkthrough? I suggest that you do it the day of the closing on the way to closing. In the past, just like most other agents, I usually scheduled my final walkthroughs the day before or even days before the closing, after the seller notified us that they moved their stuff out so that we could go through the house. But I suggest that you schedule it, even though it's a little bit of an inconvenience. do the final walkthrough on the way to the closing. And the reason why is this. I had a situation one time where we did the final walkthrough the evening before the closing. And everything was fine in the house. The seller moved all their stuff out. Everything was good. Now, the day of the closing, the real estate agent called me, the listing agent, and she asked me if I could do her a favor. She asked me if she gave me the shackle code to her lockbox to take the shackle off, if I could pick the lockbox up for her and bring it to closing, because the listing property was out of her way, but it was on my way. So I said, sure, not a problem. I could do that for you. So she gave me that shackle code, and I picked it up. Now, while I was there picking up the lockbox, I was like, let me do one quick run through the house real quick. Plus, I got to go to the bathroom real quick, you know. And I ran through the house again, even though we did a final walkthrough the day before. And then I go to closing, and as I get to the closing, the buyer's attorney is asking them, so did you guys get a chance to do the final walkthrough? And they were like, oh, yeah, everything's fine. And I was like, oh, we got a problem. They're like, what do you mean we got a problem? We just went through the house last night. I'm like, well, last night it was fine, but I just came from the house again. And you remember that gorgeous, high-end, beautiful kitchen that was there? It's gone. They stripped out the kitchen. They didn't even leave the cabinets on the wall. They literally took the kitchen sink. All there were pipes sticking out of the floor and wall. And this was a high-end kitchen. I mean, this guy had to have a crew of people do this because, how do you remove this? They had granite countertops. Granite ain't light. That stuff is heavy, you know, and I don't know why you would take it. It's not like it's cut to fit in there. It's not going to necessarily fit in another place. You know, it was a beautiful kitchen. They had 42-inch cherry custom cabinetry. They had granite countertops. It was all Viking appliances. And, you know, as you see, like on the news where you saw that, you know, Nancy Pelosi with her Viking appliances, that those appliances can be expensive. You know, you could have a refrigerator that's $25,000, $35,000, you know. So they had a Viking refrigerator, dishwasher, the hood, you know, the fan that pulls out from the top above the stove, this Viking stove. It was all Viking appliances. Everything gone. So what do we do? Well, the seller's in breach of contract. Thank goodness I went by the house. So you either don't go through with the closing, and the seller, in this case, it was a short sale, the seller would get foreclosed on, or you go through with the closing, take it as it is, but why would you with no kitchen? Or what we did is we did a dry closing. We signed all the paperwork and went through the closing with the further agreement that the seller, because I blew up on him. I blew up on that seller there, and told him that he needs to bring all that stuff back, all the appliances. All the Viking appliances. I told him cabinetry and all that other stuff, you could keep it. You're gonna bring money to pay them to get a new kitchen installed. And so they came up with an agreement on how much money that would be. I mean, the guy was living there for the last 5 years, not making a single mortgage payment. He was doing a short sale on the property. And the guy was gainfully employed. It's not like he couldn't. He was just pocketing all the money, you know, through that time while he was trying to do the short sale, because the property values went down since the time that he bought it. I guess he figured, you know, he put all that money in that kitchen, he's taking it with him. But basically, he's robbing and ripping off the buyer here. You know, I mean, imagine that we went through closing and I didn't go to the house. The buyer now owns the property. They go to the house, they got the keys, they're all excited. They go to their house and the kitchen's gone. Call the cops, you've been robbed. That sucks. You'd have to put an insurance claim in and a police report before you even move into the property, you know? And even though it wasn't my fault, they would be blaming me, or at least they'd be mad at me knowing that we should probably have done that final walkthrough the day of and not the evening before. So here's your lesson. Do the final walkthrough when?
Day of the close.
The day
Day
of
of
the closing, because I did it the evening before and they still managed to strip out that kitchen. And that's the first time anything like that has ever happened to me. And I was in the business for years before this ever happened. So, you know, live and learn. You know, I mean, I learned lessons, you know, things that I've never done before. I never come across an issue until you come across an issue, right? And then you change the way that you do things. I sign people in. I check their IDs at open houses. I go to their houses for a listing. I get their IDs. The closing, the final walkthrough, I do the day of the closing, on the way to closing, just because of such things. Live and learn, right? So I'm passing on my life experiences to you guys so that you guys don't have to deal with all that BS as well. So when looking for a home, showings, you know, you do the final walkthroughs. Appraisals are sort of walkthroughs. You get home inspections. That's another time where you walk through the house. After home inspections, if it's determined that work needs to be done, that seller should let you know when the work has been completed so that you could get an inspection follow-up to go through there to make sure that the work was done properly. Don't wait till the final walkthrough to walk through the house to check and see if any work the seller was supposed to do did it or not. Otherwise, you may be disappointed they didn't do it. And then now it's, do we go through with closing or not? And by then, the seller's gonna be, the buyer's gonna be like, oh, let's just close on the damn thing. And in the meantime, they're getting screwed, right? So you got to look out for your clients and make sure that if inspections come up with work that needs to be done, they negotiate on seller doing work, you need to make sure that they get that home inspector back in there to make sure that that work had been done satisfactorily. We have municipal inspections for the fire inspection and the CO certificates that we need to get before they could close on a purchase. So the seller, it's the seller's responsibility to arrange for the city's fire inspection and certificate of occupancy inspections, which is when a city inspector comes out to make sure that there's been no work done without permits and that everything is up to code. All right, you guys already know about this title, deed, and all that. I don't know why I threw it in here in this chapter again. And that's it. Okay, now let's do the key terms to review for chapter 5. Okay, so that's 2 chapters down so far. All right, so chapter 5, key terms to review, belongs to the owner of the land below.
Airy.
Yeah, that's right, because if the land is below, what's above? The air. So 2 is A. That's a little tricky, right? The wearing away of land, usually due to the actions of the wind and water.
Erosion.
Erosion, 10 is B. Leave real estate to someone by will. Yep. What do we call leaving real estate to someone by will? When you leave it to them by will, you devise it. You devise it. 8 is tangible. Another word for tangible.
Fixture.
Corporal.
Corporeal.
Yeah, that word.
Okay. Another word for tangible is corporeal. 7 is D. By the way, did we highlight that? I remember telling you about it, but I don't know if we highlighted that.
Nope.
I did.
Where is it? Tangible asset is a corporeal asset. Where the heck is that?
Page 85, top.
Page 85 on the top. Okay, everybody go to page 85, because I didn't tell you to highlight that. My mistake, I'm sorry. On the top of page 85, I want you to highlight corporeal, tangible. Corporeal means tangible asset. And then highlight incorporeal is an intangible asset. So tangible asset we went over is anything that you could touch or feel. An intangible asset is something that you cannot touch, like your rights or views. Would you agree that a gorgeous beach view is an asset that can have value to it?
Yes.
Or a gorgeous mountain view? You know, having a nice view can be valuable, and it is an asset, but it's an intangible one. You cannot touch it. And your rights are also considered to be intangible. You cannot touch your rights, but do you value your rights?
Yes.
Yeah, right? Okay, now check this out. We're going to be going over this probably in the next chapter, but let me bring this up now since we're talking about it. A lease. When you're leasing property from someone, do you own real property?
No.
What kind of property is it when you have a lease? The lease is considered to be personal property. The lease itself signifies your rights to occupy someone else's property for a limited period of time as defined in the lease. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So the lease, it signifies your rights to occupy someone else's. So it's about the rights. So it's an intangible personal asset because it's talking about your rights, and rights you can't touch, but they are valuable. And you don't own real estate, even though it's about real estate. It's your right. It's talking about your rights to occupy someone else's. So it is an intangible personal asset, is a lease. Well, we'll be able to highlight that in another chapter. Anyway, go back to the key terms to review again. Where did we leave off on? The last thing we did was what? Tangible. Okay, annual crops. What are annual crops? What do we also call them?
Implements.
Emblements. 9 is E, an emblement. That's usually on exam too, hint, hint. Tangible personal property. There's a word for that.
Chattels.
Chattels. 6 is F. Manufactured attachments to land.
Improvements.
They are improvements. 13 is G. Once personal property, now real estate. Now part of the real estate.
Fixture.
A fixture. 11 is H. Sudden change of the course of a stream.
Avulsion.
Avulsion. 4 is I. Anything that can be inherited is a
Hereditary.
Yes. You're not going to get that one on exam anyway. Don't worry about that one. But hereditament. So 12 is J. An increase of land caused by the gradual depositing of solid material by the actions of the water. Accretion. 1 is K. Accretion. Possession, control, enjoyment, and so on. What are all of these?
Bundle of.
They're all part of the bundle of rights, correct. 5 is L. Solid material deposited by the body of water, you know, like the sand, dirt, rock.
Alluvian?
Alluvian. 3 is M, correct. Correctamundo.
Quick question on the exam. Is it all multiple choice? Is it?
It's all multiple choice,
All
except for the essay section. No, I'm just busting your chops. I'm screwing with you guys. All right, no, it's all multiple choice. It's 4 answer options to choose from. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right.
It's 4 hours to take the exam, both yours.
4 hours to take both the school exam and the state exam. There's 110 questions on each, or at least 110 graded questions. State exam will give you 120 questions, but they only grade 110 of them. Okay. Answer them all because you're not going to know which 10 they're not grading. They throw a couple of sample questions in there with the bunch so that they could test to see if they're going to use them for future exams. I don't know how they go about that testing process, but nonetheless, that's what they do. All right, so under the key terms to review 2, next to the letter A, I want you to cross out creation of dry land by the, and instead write permanent receding of the tides. It's the gradual withdrawal of water by the permanent receding of the tides. What is that? I'll give you time to write that down. Permanent receding of the tides, okay?
Exposing the land underneath, below the water.
So what is it called? Reliction, reliction. 9 is A. That is correct. 9 is A. Just want to make sure we're not rushing. Everybody had a chance to write permanent receding of the tides there too. Okay. All right, 9 is A. Everything that's not real property is considered to be personal or personalty, right? 6 is B. A specific tract of land that has legally defined boundaries. What do we call that?
Parcel.
A parcel. 5 is C. Them just writing specific tract of land is not complete. I would probably write at the end of that, and I actually will in mine, with legally defined boundaries. Specific tract of land with legally defined boundaries. That would be a parcel. That's correct. So 5 was C. Subsurface rights
Mineral rights?
are also referred to as mineral rights. 4 is D. Removable by the tenant.
Trade fixture.
What kind?
Trade.
Trade fixtures. 12 is E, correct. Land, improvement, and the bundle of rights.
Real estate?
7 is F. That's real estate, correct. Use of water by adjoining landowners.
Riparian rights?
Riparian rights. 10 is G. Intangible. Another word for intangible. Incorporeal. I know I always used to say corporeal and incorporeal. It's actually there. If you look at the word, there's another O in there. Incorporeal or corporeal. Okay. So say it slow. I know I used to do the same thing all the time till a student said, there's another O in there. And I was like, oh, look at that. I mean, I'm mispronouncing it. Okay. So what was that? 2 was I. Oh, wait.
We're
No.
on
Damn.
That's 8.
Wrong one. Wait. We did H, right? We did 1 is H.
Yeah.
I just gave you the next one. 2 is I. The earth, including the air above. That's land. 2 is I. Now it's an English class. A synonym for real estate.
Real property.
Real property or realty. 8 is J. Ownership of the minerals, oil, and so on.
Subsurface rights.
Subsurface rights. 11 is K. Correct. Now, when you own rights, do you have ownership in real property? If you have rights to the property?
Yes.
Oh.
No, it's only a right.
You have the real estate, the lease that you just explained to us.
Yeah. Well, not necessarily. Remember the girl who sold her property in Texas and she retained the mineral rights to the land she sold? So she still owns the rights to what's under the ground. She could have also retained air rights too if she wanted to. See, so when you sell real estate, it's not whether you still own it or not. Well, you don't own the real estate, but you can possess the rights to use that property still, or to the minerals in the ground, what have you. And you could lease or sell those rights independently of the land itself as well. I could keep the rights to the gold and give you the rights to the oil, someone else the rights to the coal. I mean, I could, someone else the rights to any silver or any other precious metals, what have you, or minerals. All right. Land bordering bodies of water affected by the tides.
Littoral rights. 3.
Littoral rights. 3 is L. Correct. All right. And that concludes chapter 5. So there we go. We just finished chapter 5 and chapter 20. Now I will look for our slideshow for chapter 6. Open that up. See if we get through 6 and possibly even 7 today. That'd be nice. All right, guys, chapter 6. I got to get my speaker's voice spray. I don't have it handy. Talking so much, your voice starts to get raspy after a while. Coughing and stuff, you know. I got a spray. I think I got it out in my truck. Something called speaker's voice. It's like lube for speakers for your throat, so that when you sing or you talk a lot, it allows you to talk. Tip for teachers. Yeah. All right. Chapter 6. Chapter 6, Estates and Interests. Am I sharing this with you? Yes? Yes. All right. So at the end of this chapter, you're going to be able to identify characteristics of estates and land. We're going to first of all learn what an estate in land is and describe the characteristics of encumbrances such as liens, easements, and encroachments as well. Yeah, teaching hazard. That's true. Okay, estates. What is an estate? So at the bottom of the first page here in chapter 6, 93, page 93. Well, first of all, not all forms of real estate, not all forms of ownership of real estate are equal. An owner may or may not be able to pass property to their heirs. Sometimes ownership may exist only as long as the property is used for a specific purpose. In addition, other persons may possess certain interest or legal rights or claims in someone else's property. Highlight the amount and kind of, and cross out the word ownership here, the amount and kind of interest that a person has in real property is called an estate in land. And there's two categories of estates. They're freehold, which is the first category, which describes ownership, or it's less than freehold, which is a leasehold, which describes the different types of leasehold estates. I don't think the page numbers are correct there at the bottom. Let me take a look. 196. Make sure that they are. Nope, it is. All right. So I got the cross references there. That's when we're going to discuss leasehold estates in chapter 12. Okay. So there's two categories of estates. The first one is freehold. The other one is less than freehold, which is a leasehold. This particular chapter, we're going to be talking about the three types of freehold estates, which describe ownership. Okay. So what's the category of estates that describes ownership in real property? Freehold. Freehold estates. So let's just discuss leasehold for a second here. So in the book, we're going to highlight freehold estates under next to number 1, and you're going to write ownership category next to that. And then write there's 3 types. Here, pretty much like this. Freehold estates category, because it's a category of ownership. It's the ownership category. So freehold estates ownership category, you're going to write next to it and write there's 3 types. And next to or below less than freehold or leasehold estates, you're going to write chapter 12, page 196, 197. That's your cross reference because that's where chapter 12 is, where they start talking about the 4 types of freehold estates. If you're in version 13 book, then those page numbers will obviously be different. So take note. Okay. Turn the page. And before we talk about the 3 types of freehold estates, we should talk about leasehold. Hold on, let me take a look at this slideshow. May be able to switch the order of this a little bit. Yeah, I think I'll just do that. I'll just keep everything in line with the book. Bum, bum, bum. All right. So there's three types of freehold estates: fee simple, fee determinable, and a life estate. Highlight those three in the book: fee simple, fee determinable, and life estate. We're going to learn in detail what each one of them are after we go over what the four leasehold estates are and what it is a leasehold. I just had that discussion with you at the end of the last chapter. I told you that leases are what kind of property? Personal. It defines tenant's rights to occupy someone else's property, an owner's property, for a limited period of time as defined in the lease. And leases involve tenants who are not the owners. It's considered personal property, which is an intangible asset because your rights, a lease is your rights, talking about your rights. And rights, you cannot touch a right, but you value them. So it's not real property ownership when you have a lease. So a lease describes the tenant's rights to occupy and what the terms of occupation are. So there are four types of leasehold estates, which we're going to, like I said, go over in chapter 12 here on page 196 and 197. But here's the four types of leasehold estates. We have an estate for years, periodic estate, a tenancy at will, and a tenancy at sufferance, or estate at will, or tenancy at will, and a tenancy at sufferance. Okay, we'll go over all four of those in chapter 12. But for now, let's go over the three types of freehold estates. Oh, look at this fancy. I made a little animation here. All right, so the fee simple estate is also known as fee simple, or fee simple absolute. It goes by those three names, and those terms are used interchangeably. So it is the highest form of ownership recognized by law. It's the most complete form of ownership. It's unrestricted ownership forever. The owner of a fee simple estate can dictate who they're going to sell the property, lease it, or give it away to. Or they could leave it in a will to somebody. They could even dictate who gets it after they die. And there's no restrictions on a fee simple estate. So in the book, we're going to highlight fee simple is the highest form, the highest type of interest in real estate recognized by law. That's the first sentence. And go down to the last line in the same paragraph and highlight the fee simple, and fee simple absolute. Those terms are used interchangeably. It's the same type of estate. It's the same category. No, you don't. Stop spying, Google. All right. Next to the title of fee simple estate, write ownership forever without restrictions. Ownership forever without restrictions. Ownership forever without restrictions. All right. Next, fee determinable. A fee determinable, also known as a defeasible or conditional fee estate, is ownership forever, but it's based on a restriction. And those restrictions are called restrictive covenants. A covenant is a legal promise. These are restrictive legal promises, so they're called restrictive covenants, and they're written into the deeds themselves. So let's see. Next to the title of fee determinable, I want you to write ownership forever, but based on a restriction called restrictive covenants. Ownership forever, but based on a restriction. called restrictive covenant.
What is it called?
Ownership forever, but based on a restriction called restrictive covenant. Okay. Now, fee determinable, it also goes by the name defeasible or conditional fee estate. We're going to highlight that. Fee determinable is also known as a conditional or defeasible fee estate. It's an estate in land that can terminate on the occurrence or non-occurrence of a specified event. And they give an example here in the book. They say, owner A conveys or transfers title. Conveys another word for transfer of ownership. They convey title of 1,000 acres of land to the Open Space Foundation, so long as it's maintained as a wildlife preserve. But 5 years later, the foundation decides that it's going to build its corporate headquarters on this land. So let's just say they build a 10-story building on it now, right? Title, the ownership to the land, would revert back to the owner who sold it to him or his heirs. This future interest is called the possibility of reverter, because there's the possibility that the ownership could revert back to the owner who put the restriction in the deed. Now, that possibility of reverter would only exist in the event that that restriction terms that were agreed on were violated. If they're not violated, the owner who sold that property, who put the restriction in, owner A, would never have any interest in that property, only in the event that that restriction is violated. So that future interest is called the possibility of reverter. If the original owner's conveyance stated that the land would go to someone else, though, in the event that that restriction was violated, then that other person would become what we call a remainder man. Highlight, remainder man is a third party named in an instrument. Instrument's a fancy word for document. So highlight, remainder man is a third party named in an instrument to be a beneficiary. I got the spelling of beneficiary up here on the slide underneath remainder man. It says beneficiary, B-E-N-E-F-I-C-I-A-R-Y, beneficiary. So you're highlighting a remainder man is a third party named in an instrument, and then you're going to write at the end of that sentence, to be a beneficiary. Here, instead of saying owner A, owner B, and names of foundations, let's make it real like this. I sold you my property and I put a restriction in there that you have to keep it as a wildlife preserve, but instead you go and you build a building on the property. You clearly violated the restriction that you agreed to in the terms of me selling you my property. So I could take you to court if I find out about it, and the court would require you to turn the property ownership back over to me. The property would revert, ownership would revert back to me because you violated the terms of the sale. Or I could say, you know what? I'm moving out of New Jersey. I'm not living here no more. You know what? Instead, the neighbor is a good friend of mine. You know what? I'm going to make the neighbor the remainder man. So this way the neighbor can keep an eye out on you. And if you do any construction or building over there, that neighbor can take you to court. And that neighbor would become the remainder man. I'm going to name that neighbor to be the remainder man. See, I'm still alive. It's not that I'm dead. I just named somebody else to be the beneficiary. That person would be called a remainder man.
But what's the neighbor getting out of this?
If you violate the restriction, they would get the property.
Oh, so if the court hearing, the remainder man wins, he gets the property?
That's right.
Not you?
No, because I named them to be the beneficiary instead of me. I'm not coming back to Jersey. I'm gone. I'm out of here. I ain't coming back. You know, that neighbor, I sold the property to you. I already got my money. You know, I don't want to have nothing to do with Jersey. I'm getting the hell out of town. I'm moving down to Florida, or I'm moving to Texas, or I'm getting the hell out of this state, you know? And so I'm going to be done with it. But you know what? The neighbor was really nice to me. They were a really good person. So I'm going to name that neighbor to be the remainder man. And I'm going to let them know, hey, listen, I put a restriction in this person's deed that they can't put a building on this property. And if they do, you can take them to court and claim ownership of it because they violated the terms of the sale. I'll give you a copy of our deed that shows you that, that I named you the remainder man. And now you could take them to court. You could prove that they violated it. Just take a picture of the structure they built. And now they violated the term of the sale. So therefore you become the remainder man. So the ownership will revert to you because I named you to be the remainder man instead of myself.
Okay. So just the remainder man, whatever document it is, and not the entire, purchase and sale agreement or anything like that. Like the document in itself.
Well, they're going to need something. They could look, or they could just look at the deed. They could look in the public record. I would name them the remainder man in the event of the terms of the sale were violated. So it would be public record too. You could search the deed. They don't need to have my sales contract, but it'll be named in the deed itself, which will be part of the public record.
Okay. Obviously, something like this, an attorney would need to advise because, not.
Oh, yeah. You need attorneys to do this stuff. We're not doing this. We're not writing this up. We don't advise people on how the forms of ownership they should take or give. We need to know as real estate agents, and we need to understand the different forms of ownership, but we never advise on it. There's a question about this on exams that says here's a scenario, which way would you advise that the person take ownership in? Well, it's a trick question because even though one of the answers there would be the correct answer saying, well, you would give it to them, you would advise that they take it in this way or this way. Okay. Well, those are right answers. However, the wrong part is you would not give that advice because that's legal advice and that's practicing law without a license, and we're not attorneys. So we wouldn't advise. So the answer option we should check on that one would be none of the above. Okay. See, it depends on how it's worded. If it says, how would you advise versus how would they own it? Well, that's one thing. I could see how they would own it. It would be one of so many ways, depending on the scenario that they build. But if it asks, how would we advise that they take ownership? Well, we don't do that. That's legal advice, and we're not attorneys. We don't give legal advice, right?
Right.
Okay. So now this restriction that's placed in the deed, once it's placed in the deed, it's there forever. We say that it runs with the land. That means that it passes on from one owner to the next, and it can only be removed by the person who added the restriction to the deed, their heirs, or a court. But generally, judges don't want to violate people's wishes that they placed in deeds without good reason or good cause. Maybe the restriction they placed is an illegal or discriminatory one. If that's the case, then that you don't have to do nothing. It's just not valid. Okay.
Victor, can the remainder man take it off?
No. Life estate. Life estate is ownership of real estate based on the person's life that it is given to. Let's highlight the first two sentences under life estate. A life estate is limited to the life of a specific person. The owner of a normal life estate does not have the right to pass ownership to their heirs because the life estate ends on the death of the owner, the person who it was given to. Now, life estates have reversionary interests in them as well. Here, for example, I'm going to give a life estate to Cindy. Hey, Cindy, I'm going to give you a life estate for my property. What did I just do? I just gave you ownership of my property for as long as you're alive. It's based on your life. So as long as you live, this property is yours. You have all the rights to ownership as any owner would. You could sell it, lease it, give it away. You could do whatever you want with it other than destroy the value of the estate. So that means you need to maintain paying the taxes and keeping up on the property. But it's your property for as long as you're alive. When you die, you cannot leave it to your kids, though. You cannot leave it to your heirs, because upon your death, it comes back to me. That's the reversionary interest. It comes back to me or my heirs or whoever I leave it to in a will. Okay, because I only sold you a life estate. I gave you ownership based on your life. So as long as you are alive, it's your property. You can do whatever you want. You have all the rights of ownership to it. Make sense? Everybody got that? It's pretty clear? All right. So there's a little bit of a twist to a life estate too. There's something called a life estate per autre vie. Per autre vie, it means for the life
I have a
of
question.
another.
I have regarding to that. If someone gives you a life estate and you sell it, isn't that someone else's? Then how is that person who originally gave you still owns that property?
Well, they have the right to do whatever they want with it as long as they're alive. Their interest that I've given them in ownership is ownership of the property for as long as they're alive. So as long as they're alive, they could do whatever the hell they want with it. Sell it, lease it, or give it away.
But if they sell it, then
hold on one second. Let me see who's talking because I can't see that voice. I can't see your face.
Renata.
Okay, Renata. Okay, Renata. Okay, so let's just say that I gave Cindy a life estate. She owns the property as long as she's alive. And say that you bought the life estate from her. Okay? What do you own? What did you just buy? You just bought the real estate and all the interest that Cindy had in it. And what interest did she have?
It's the same interest.
What interest did she have? She had ownership interest as long as she's alive. So you bought the ownership interest based on her life.
Got it.
She dies.
Oh, based on her life. Oh, based on her life, not yours.
You could only buy, she could only sell you what she has. And she has ownership interest based on her life. So you're buying her ownership interest based on her life. If she dies, what happens to the ownership interest that you bought based on her life? Well, her life ended, so you lose your interest and it comes back to me or my heirs or what have you.
Why is this even a thing?
I just want to clarify that, right? So say for example,
we need options.
my parents, they have their home. And if they were to transition it to my sister, say for a life estate, right? And she's younger than both me and my brother. So it would be like, say for example, she want to sell their home. It would be the same thing where whoever buys it wouldn't be entitled to it because it will default back to my brother and I if something happened to my sister.
Wait. So wait. What's the deal with the ownership? I'm sorry. I kind of like.
Okay. So I was just asking a question. So say for example, my parents have a home, right?
Okay.
We're 3 siblings, but they give this life estate to my sister who's younger than us.
Okay.
The expectancy is that she's gonna outlive us. But if something happens to her, it automatically defaults back. Like say for example, so
she named
something
you.
happens-
She
sold the
named
property,
you
but
and your
something
brother as the remainder man. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, does it default back to my parents, or and if something happens to my parents,
Well,
from
it, de-
what I understand of what you're
it
saying?
depends how they wrote it up.
Okay.
They could name you and your brother as the remainder man.
Mhm.
And this way, if your sister dies, then you and your brother get it.
But what happens? So the person that actually buys the property from her totally is left out. Is that even legal?
Yes. Know what you're buying. Know what you're buying. When you buy real estate, hold on a second. What is an estate in land? Hold on, let's go back to that definition at the first page of this chapter. What is an estate in land? It defines the amount and kind of interest that a person has in real estate. That is an estate in land. So wouldn't you want to know, wouldn't it be important to know what kind of interest somebody has in the land before you buy it from them? Because if their interest is limited or based on somebody's life or what have you, you could only buy the interest that they have. Remember, I've been telling you guys this whole time along, Shell gas station sells a gas station with a restriction that the property can never be used as a gas station again. All right. Now, what happens if you sold that you bought it from Shell, you sold it to me, I sell it to somebody else. Every time that ownership is transferring, that restriction runs with the land. What does that mean? It passes on to the next owner, and the next owner is bound by that restriction as well.
They have to disclose this though at the time that
absolutely.
you're
It'll be, well,
Oh, okay.
do your
So
own due diligence.
There wouldn't be a way
Title
for
company
you to
supposed to-
buy without knowing it. You have to agree to it.
Wait, hold on a second. You don't have to agree to anything. If you buy that property and the restrictions already in it, you're agreeing to it.
Right, but I'm saying it has to be disclosed in order for someone to agree to it, to know about that this is even exists, right? They can't. I mean, how often does it happen? People don't know about it, and they buy this in.
It should be. However, you're the buyer. It's your responsibility to do your inspections of what it is that you're getting. And isn't this an inspection to find out what your limitations on ownership are? They are. Ultimately, it's the buyer's responsibility, but the seller should disclose what exactly it is that they're selling. Now, let's just say that I'm selling you a property and there is no current restrictions on the property, but I want to put one in. If that's the case, I can't just not mention it to you and then try to throw it in later. If that's the case, if I want to put a restriction in that's not already there, I must let you know in advance that you must agree to it.
Go ahead.
Question for you. So is there a way for us to find out, like as a realtor?
Title search.
To be...
Or here, for you as a realtor, if you're going to get a listing, ask the seller for a copy of their deed.
Okay.
It says it's written in the deed itself.
Right. And even if you're a buyer's agent, as a salesperson, are there any fact-finding questions? Or as you said, just do the title search and get the information?
Ask for the seller's property condition disclosure report. It should be in there.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Or the agent, the listing agent should have learned about it and put it in the listing licensee notes. If they know about it, if they ask those questions, if they were a diligent agent. Okay. But ultimately, we can't rely on that. So ultimately, buyers have to do an inspection of the public records. We call that a title search, because isn't this pertaining to the ownership? How do we find out if there's problems with the ownership of real estate? we have to do a home inspection on it. How do we do a home inspection? See, we don't just do home inspections on the physical, if the roof is leaking or the basement is flooding or the electrical system is working. We do plenty of inspections. We get plenty of inspections done throughout the purchase process. One inspection is the home inspection. That's the obvious. We inspect the physical property to make sure there's no problems with the improvements to the land, right? We do a title search that searches the title means ownership. It's a public search of the ownership documents pertaining to ownership to make sure at no time in the past has ownership been improperly transferred, that all the owners have always signed the deeds to transfer the ownership, that nobody was ever left out on that, because that could create a cloud on the title and that person could always step forward and claim ownership now. We want to make sure that there's no deed restrictions placed in there. And if they are, we would like to know about them to see if we want to agree to them or not. We would want to know if what kind of ownership are we looking to buy? Is it a life estate? We just discussed this. That would be very important to know, right? I mean, how would you even value a life estate to buy one? I mean, I would want to make sure that Cindy gets a health checkup, and I would surround her with armed guards all day to make sure that she's very safe, because if she steps off the curb and gets hit by a bus, then what happens to the ownership that I just bought from her of her life estate? You know.
The other question I had, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. So say for example, as a realtor, I go into, sell this house and it was not disclosed to me, but I didn't find the information that this was a life estate. Does that make me liable to the new?
You'll find out. You'll find out before you close on it. You'll find out.
Okay.
Okay. Because you have to, it'll be in the deed. Whether you're using an attorney or a title company to transfer the ownership, you'll find out. It'll be written in the deed itself too, if you bother to look at it. Okay, so we were not done with the types of inspections that we get. So we get the physical home inspection, we get the title search relating to ownership, and we also do a survey. A survey is a inspection of the property's boundaries to make sure, for instance, that the neighbor does not have any property that's encroaching onto ours. They didn't build their garage or shed over the property line, because if they did, and it's there long enough, they could claim an easement by prescription and take ownership of our land. So there are various types of inspections that we do. We also, part of that survey is we could ask the surveyor to do an elevation study to make sure we're not in a flood zone too. Okay, so there's a lot of inspections that we do, or there's at least 3 inspections I told you about that we do. Okay. So life estate per autre vie is a spin to the typical life estate, where if I give you a life estate, it's based on your life. If I give you a life estate per autre vie, it's based on the life of another. So it's based on someone else's life. So if I give a life estate per autre vie, and I give a life estate to one of you guys, and I base it off of, you know what? You have some nursing experience, and I have an elderly parent that I'm moving out of state, and I know you have some nursing experience. I'm going to give you ownership of my property based on my elderly parent's life, provided that, I'm going to put other additional stipulations in this, provided that you remain living in that house with my parent and that you take care of them. Because upon their death, you lose the ownership. So I'm giving you ownership, a life estate per autre vie, a life estate that's not based on your life, but that's based on my parents' life that I want you to be taken care of in that house. But when they die, you lose the ownership. So take good care of them. All right. Now we could go through this, and I could show you. I can and I will. I'm going to show you some real examples of this too. Mm-hmm. I gotta start organizing the links that I save. I got so many links during this class. There's a famous example of a life estate where the owner sold his property with the stipulation that the owner would give back a life estate to him so that he could live in the property for the rest of his life. I'm trying to pull it up right now, and then I'm going to share it with you. Just give me 1 second. Once I get it up, there we go. Does that look familiar? Playboy Mansion. Remember Hugh Hefner, the owner of Playboy magazine? When he actually sold the Playboy Mansion when he was still alive, he sold it to his neighbor. The neighbor is the owner of Pabst Blue Ribbon beer, and or the heir to Pabst Blue Ribbon. No, the owner of Pabst Blue Ribbon beer and the heir to one of these big conglomerates that own all these different food and food brands and such. The guy's a young billionaire. Anyway, Hugh Hefner was 89 years old, and he sold the Playboy Mansion for $200 million. Actually, I think it was more than $200 million. This is not a correct thing here. And he sold the Playboy Mansion with a further agreement that that he get a life estate so that he could live in the property for the rest of his life. The further agreement said that he had to pay rent of $100 a year or $1,000 a year, so as long as he lived there. But he would get the mansion back. He sold the mansion to somebody, got the $200 whatever million it was, with a further agreement that he was given a life estate back so he could live there for the rest of his life. Now, it ended up not being a bad agreement for the person who bought it, because after he sold the Playboy Mansion, Hugh Hefner died the next year. So he only lived there for 1 year afterwards. All right. There's an interesting little factoid there, though, behind the story. You really got to go through them. I want to put together my own story and put it up here for this to add to the class. Playboy life estates. Because you really have to do a lot of research even today to piece together what truly happened. The family, I guess, is trying to keep things all hush-hush, and it's spread around and a lot of speculation. But I found out a lot of it through different resources. The Playboy Mansion ended up selling for north of $250 million, north of that in area. But Hugh Hefner did not get that, because he actually sold the Playboy conglomerate beforehand, and the mansion was part of it. Pretty much Hugh Hefner died almost penniless. You'd figure that guy, having all that money, the Playboy bunnies, the mansions, the extravagant parties, the yachts. He gave his ex-wife yachts. He gave the bunnies, he treated them well. But that guy spent money like it was going out of style. Couldn't keep up with his spending. He actually died penniless. Now his kids are running Playboy magazine, and they're running it into the ground. I mean, Playboy Mansion on the first year, the year that just before Hugh Hefner died, he turned it over to his son. His son turned Playboy magazine into a joke when he first started doing things that were politically correct or what have you, when he started first doing the first transsexual layout spreads and stuff like that, which that's not the Playboy's normal audience, you know? Playboy started losing a lot of money. But by then, the business was already sold. But Hugh Hefner didn't have a lot of money. The way that he had the money that he did have, he was spending it like it was going out of style. So you guys want to know an example where Playboy would, this is a real life example of a life estate where it would make sense. He sold the mansion with an agreement that the buyer would give ownership back to him so that he could live there for the rest of his life. So somebody asked before, I heard asking, well, why would you even have this? Well, there you go. There's a perfect example of why you would have it. Okay. And it worked for him. He agreed to it. There. So you could have, and then we gave an example of a life estate per autre vie. Like I told you about, you know, you have some nursing experience. I gave you ownership as long as you took care of my elderly parent, you know, and you could keep the ownership of the property for as long as they're alive and you're taking care of them, you know. So there's reasons to put these life estates into place, okay? Life estates are usually given, not necessarily sold, okay? Moving along. So you need to know the 3 types of freehold estates and what they go by. Fee simple absolute, that's the same one. That's unrestricted ownership forever. Fee determinable is ownership forever, but it is based on a restriction. And if that restriction is violated, there's the possibility of reverter, that the property could revert back to the person who put the restriction in the deed, or a remainder man. What's a remainder man? You need to know that. It's a third party named in an instrument to be a beneficiary. A life estate is a form of ownership. You need to know it is a form of ownership, and that person has all the rights to ownership. However, they cannot leave the property by will to their heirs. Why not?
Because it's for the life of the person that they're giving it to.
Yes, when they die, the property reverts back to the person who gave them the life estate or a remainder man. All right. And per autre vie, you need to know that that is for the life of another or based on another person's life. That's Latin, by the way. It's not French. If it was French, it would be P-O-R. Okay. Some people argue with me in class about this. We learn Latin, not French. Pour, because it's pronounced the same way in French and it has the same meaning. However, it is not French. French would be P-O-R, not P-U-R. All right. So on page 95, the next page, the first paragraph there, on the end of the second line, we're going to highlight life estate per autre vie, for another's life. Then on the next paragraph, on the first line, we're going to highlight the holder of a life estate has true ownership of real property. And then go to the last sentence in that paragraph, or the last line in that paragraph, and highlight it always ends on the death of the person against whose life the estate is measured. Whether it's the person who's given a life estate or if it's a life estate per autre vie that's based on another person, it's measured on their life. We already went over dower and courtesy rights, recall. Well, let's go over them again. It was abolished, New Jersey abolished the creation of any new dower courtesy rights in New Jersey as of May 28, 1980, the date you need to know. Dower is the wife's rights in her husband's estate, the wife's interest in her husband's estate upon his death for all the property that he owned during his lifetime. Courtesy is the husband's interest in the wife's estate upon her death. New Jersey abolished the creation of any new dower courtesy rights May 28, 1980, and instead now gives the right of both to a wife and the husband the right of joint possession for those who are married after May 28, 1980. At least for the property that is their main marital residence. Can you own real estate that your spouse has no interest in?
Yeah.
Yes,
I think
you,
in California you can. I don't know New Jersey.
yes, you can. You can. You can own real estate that your spouse has zero interest in. Okay, so
But that has to be done prior to marriage, no?
no.
But if
Look, we could be married. Hold on a second. We could be married, and I could buy an investment property by myself that you have no interest in whatsoever. Can a spouse own a car and the other spouse doesn't have any interest in it? They're not on the ownership. They're not on the title.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if you could own a car, how come you can't own a house? You can. Okay. Now, there's a little caveat to this, though. If we're married and we buy a house and I buy a house and I'm the only name on that deed, if I used any of the joint marital assets to purchase that property or maintain that property or repair that property, the spouse has an interest in the property now because I use some of the joint marital funds. Because I usually tell this in class, this story in class. I tell people, I'm like, you could buy a property and your spouse has no interest. They can't touch it. They have no interest in it whatsoever. I had a guy in one of my classes once. He was like, bullshit. He's like, I got divorced and she gets half of everything. That's all BS, you know, I kept going on. So some people can get a little flared up with that, you know. They had a tough divorce they went through, you know. And I was like, no. I was like, you know why she got half of everything? Because she had a good lawyer. And it's true. You know what a good lawyer would do? They would follow the money. They link the marital assets. And if you used 1 penny of that joint marital asset, your spouse is entitled to half of everything. Okay? Now, unless you went into that marriage having a separate bank account and separate assets that you never contributed any of the joint marital assets into it, your spouse will have access to it and can file a claim to it. If you really don't, and you really want to go into a marriage thinking that there is that possibility that we could split up and I don't want them getting half of whatever, get a prenup, a prenuptial agreement. Now, even then, sometimes if they're not written up good, then a good attorney can poke holes through a prenuptial agreement too. But I think people who are not rich, I repeat, I think people who are not rich need a prenuptial agreement more than those who do. Because it's nothing, if I'm a millionaire or billionaire, it's nothing for me to say, here's a couple $1 million, get the hell out of my life. Versus somebody who's like, you know, making an average income, just getting by, and now we're getting divorced, and especially if we start arguing, you get attorneys involved. You know who's getting all the money in that transaction?
Attorney.
The attorneys are, right? Attorneys are expensive. Look, I got divorced, and I'm going to tell you, I ended up staying married longer than I needed to be because I didn't want to pay for the attorneys. You know, I started shopping around to see how much attorneys cost. The cheapest attorney I could find for the divorces was like $350 an hour. An hour. Minimum billable time, a half hour. So if they send a fax or make a phone call, half hour. Are you kidding me? So I was like, you know what? For that kind of money, you know what? Let her do her thing. I do my thing. I concentrate on my business and whatever. You know, I'm like, I'll wait. At some point in time, we'll get divorced, you know. And eventually, you know, I was able to, and then I ended up doing it myself. I filed the paperwork in the courts, was able to do it myself once I got something on her, and then we were able to, we were able to do the split without any attorneys. It cost me a total of $350 to get divorced, and that's the fees of the court that I had to pay. Okay, so instead of $350 an hour, I paid $350 total. You know, so that's not a bad deal. All right. So prenuptial agreement, if you really want to keep it, okay? Your stuff, yours, okay? But it's not exactly the best way to go into a marriage. Honey, I love you. I want to spend the rest of your life, of our lives together, but this is mine and that is yours. And in case we break up, but you know what? It's not a bad idea because you never know to have a prenuptial agreement in place. But at least the bank accounts, I would say that you should, you know, if you're going into marriage, have things together, but have a prenuptial agreement on how those assets will get distributed in the case of unfortunate circumstances. Okay.
Victor, question for you.
Just to clarify, so you're in the marriage, you can have joint account, and then on the other side, you can also have a separate account and then only use that fund for investment. And that's what you're saying? That's legal?
Yep. Yep.
So what
And
if your
how do you
spouse,
determine that it's not marital assets? If, let's say, two people are working, making their income, how do you not consider that joint?
Well, your income is your income and my income is my income, unless we start mixing it together, you know? But even with that,
But let's say
hold
that
a second,
the income.
Hold a second. Even with that, claims can start be putting out, well, you know, I helped put you through college, so your money, I should have a right to it. I was at home taking care of the kids while you were in college, and, you know, we did a lot to support each other. You know, you get accustomed to lifestyles. There's a lot of arguments that come over, so I don't even want to get into this. The best thing to say is to consult an attorney. You see what I just did? To avoid liability, I refer you to the expert source because there could be so many scenarios and so many what ifs. There's no possible way that I could give you a good answer, nor would I want to because I don't want to put my head on the chopping block for liability should any of that use.
Got it. Okay,
All right.
we can end the conversation then.
All right. It's just unfortunate though. There are so many scenarios. I really can't. You know, you're going to see there's going to be a couple of other things that we discuss that are similar to that. I mean, I could give you I could give you a little bit of advice, but I can't get into much detail because there could be so many different scenarios. We'd be talking forever and arguing. And now it's a legal class, and you know, that's not what we're here for. So encumbrances. Ooh, fancy. All right. Well, actually, so in the book, let's highlight dower and courtesy stuff. Let's highlight dower is an ancient right under which a wife has certain interest upon her husband's death in any real estate owned during their marriage. Courtesy is a similar right that the husband retains in the wife's estate. As of May 28, 1980, New Jersey abolished the creation of any new dower or courtesy rights. So wait a minute. Why do we need to know what the dower courtesy rights are? How about that? Why am I teaching you this? I've taught you what year New Jersey abolished the creation of any new dower courtesy rights. I told you that any existing dower courtesy rights are still in effect. Dower is the wife's right. Courtesy is the husband's. But why is it important to know? Well, because if you get a listing from somebody that's married and they tell you, no, I'm the only owner on this, then only the owner needs to sign any listing agreements or sales contracts. However, if they were married before May 28, 1980, both spouses need to sign because the other spouse has a right in all the property that their spouse owns. Okay? If they're married after May 28, 1980, only the spouse listed as the owner needs to sign, unless it is their main marital residence, because your spouse will have interest in the main marital residence. Okay? But it's still also a good idea, even if only one spouse is listed as the owner, to have the other sign what we call a quitclaim deed, to give up any interest, not not admitting they have any interest, but to give up any interest that they have in the property. And so most buyers, if they're purchasing a property from someone who's married and they claim their spouse doesn't have any interest, they're going to want that spouse still. They're not going to want to take the risk of them coming after them later. They're going to want that spouse to sign a quitclaim deed, giving up any right of interest. You know, if you claim you don't have any rights of interest, then signing a quitclaim deed, you're not giving anything up. But if you do, you are, and at least that buyer can be secure in their decision that they're purchasing a property and they're going to get it free and clear. But we'll have attorneys involved in it anyway, so don't worry about that. All right, so encumbrances. What is an encumbrance? That word encumbrance is an everyday English word language. It's not for real estate. It's not specific to real estate. Let me give you an example of what an encumbrance is. If I jump on your back, you're encumbered by my weight, me on your back. Can you still move around?
No.
You'll probably still be able to move around. It's just a lot harder to. You'll be like stumbling all over the place trying to balance the load of my weight on your back, right? But you could probably still move around. It's just a lot harder to, right?
Yeah.
So using that analogy, before we get into any real estate encumbrances, if real estate is encumbered by something, can you still move it, sell it? Yes, you can. It's just a lot harder to. Okay, so use that same analogy, that same scenario. If I jump on your back, can you move around? Yeah, you're encumbered by my weight, but you could still move. It's just a lot harder to. Can you sell real estate that's encumbered by something, whatever it's encumbered by? Yes, you can. It's just a lot harder to. So now that we know that you can sell real estate that's encumbered by something, because we didn't go over these things yet, now let's go over what the things are, what types of encumbrances there are in real estate. Well, first of all, an encumbrance is a claim, lien, charge, or liability attached to and binding on real property. So even if a property is sold, some of these encumbrances can be passed along with it. So wouldn't you want to make sure that they're cleared up before you take ownership?
Yeah.
We can find out about them through title search. It would limit its use, value, or title. If real estate's encumbered by lien, there's a lien on the property. Would you want to buy a property even though you could? Would you want to buy a property that has liens on it? Well, you may if the price is worth it, if the juice is worth the squeeze, right? Because it could limit its use, value, or title. A lien is a financial claim on property. You have mortgage liens, tax liens, lawsuit judgments, physical or usage encumbrances. These could be deed restrictions that could limit how you can use your property. You can't use it as a gas station. Easements, we're going to go over the different types of easements rights in this chapter. Licenses and encroachments. An encroachment is anything that crosses over the property line. They're encroaching into your territory. If your neighbor built the garage over the property line, would that affect the possible value of your property? Would that affect the value, the sellability or desirability of the property?
Yes.
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 But could you still sell it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
it just
depending
makes
on
it
the
harder to, right? It just makes it harder to, right? So if your neighbor built the shed or the garage over the property line, you could still sell a property like that. It just makes it harder to, because who would want to buy the property with the neighbor having a building built over the property line? So it's going to be a little bit harder to sell it, but you could still sell it if you could find somebody who's willing to buy the property with that encumbrance attached to it. Here's a little brain teaser. All liens are encumbrances, but not all encumbrances are liens. And that's true, because what is a lien? A lien is a financial claim on property. So let's let's translate this in our head. All liens are encumbrances, but not all encumbrances are liens. All financial claims are encumbrances, weights on the property, but not all encumbrances are financial claims. Okay. All right. So encumbrances, liens and otherwise, they run with the land. Meaning that if the property's encumbered by something and it's not cleared up, you can sell a property with encumbrances. So they're passed on to the next owner. And then that next owner, even though they're not personally responsible for paying them off or removing them, their land may be. So for example, a lien is a financial claim on the property. Can you sell a property that has liens on it that have not been paid off?
Yes.
Yes, you can. If that's the case, you just sold that property with a lien attached to it. Is that next owner personally responsible for paying off that lien?
Yes.
No.
No, the cash
They're
they
not
receive.
personally responsible. However, we're talking about semantics now, okay? They're not personally responsible for paying that lien off, meaning that the lien holder can't garnish their wages from their paycheck to get them to pay it off. However, why do people who are owed money file liens on a property, make financial claims on the real estate, attach it to the real estate that someone owns? Because,
So when the property is sold, they can get the money back.
yeah, they could be pretty certain that when they sell the property, that whoever's going to buy it's going to do a title search and figure out that there's a lien on it and not want to buy that property unless that lien is cleared up. So the seller is kind of forced to pay off that lien. But what if that buyer purchases the property regardless? Well, then they bought that property along with the lien. And if that lien holder sees, wait a minute, the transfer of ownership took place and it wasn't paid off, they could be kind of ticked off and they could be like, you know what? I'm not going to keep on waiting around. I'm going to enforce payment of this lien. How could they enforce payment of the lien? Through the process of foreclosure. Foreclosure is the process where the court would sell that property. They would order that property sold to pay off the claims against it that are owed against it. So even though you bought a property with a lien on it and you're not personally liable for paying off that lien, the property you bought is, and it could be forced to pay it back through foreclosure. Everybody follow that? Okay.
And the lien lasts 20 years.
What's that?
The lien lasts 20 years.
Depends what kind of lien. Is that a mortgage lien? Yeah, 30-year mortgage, 40-year mortgage. Or is it a lawsuit? Is it a lawsuit judgment?
When they get a judgment, though, a judgment for a lien lasts 20 years.
Yeah, I know.
And they can redo it every time.
I just renewed one last year or a year and a half ago. I know. I have a judge. I've had a judgment against somebody for $55,000 for a long time already. I had to renew it. Unfortunately, they don't own property, so I can't put a lien on anything. But I just found that there is another way that that you can enforce payment of a lien like that, and you get a sheriff's officer to collect it for you. Unfortunately, they get to keep 10% of whatever they collect, but they could do a good job using their law enforcement skills to track bank accounts and all kinds of other assets that somebody owns, and they could remove them. They could get the court order and pull them from the money directly from somebody's bank account, garnish their wages, and get it paid. All right, I got to get around to doing that. All right. So liens can be voluntary or involuntary. So a voluntary lien is something you wanted, like the mortgage loan. You went out of your way to get that, or a home equity line of credit. Now, liens can be voluntary or involuntary, or general or specific. We didn't talk about general or specific here.
Oh, 96.
Oh, we do on this slide. I got these slides a little bit out of order. Let me see. You know what? I should probably swap the order of these two slides. Sorry. Hold on a sec. All right. So a lien is a financial claim against property, provides security for the debt or obligation of the property owner. A voluntary lien is one you wanted, and an involuntary lien is one you don't want. General liens affect all the property you own, and specific liens only affect one property. So what determines the priority of repayment of liens in the event of foreclosure? That would be determined by the date of recording of the lien in the public record. Taxes always jump to the front of the line. You guys have anything highlighted under encumbrances in the book?
No.
I highlighted it.
Under encumbrances, let's highlight an encumbrance is a claim, lien, charge, or liability attached to and binding on real property. And then highlight in number, you got that 2 numbered list. Highlight liens are financial claims against property. And then under number 2, highlight physical or usage encumbrances, include deed restrictions, easements, licenses, and encroachments. Mm-hmm.
Hi, I just want to say, like, this chapter is all about like when you dig deeper. And digging deeper is the attorney's job, not as a real estate salesperson or broker.
We still need to understand what the attorneys are doing too. Just like when we get to the mortgage chapter, we need to learn a lot of mortgage terminology and what the process is to get loans and all that stuff, because we need to understand the process that they go through. So even though we don't personally do those things, granted, we still need to understand what is being done though.
So how many questions do you think are on the exam based on this chapter? Because this is not a big fan yet.
Well, you know what, you could take a look at that Word document, or you could take a look at the PSI or the PSI booklet.
Mm-hmm.
See this Word document for the class links folder?
Yeah.
Remember I told you could scroll all the way to the end of it. I copied what was in that PSI booklet at the end. Tells you how many questions are on each topic.
Okay, I did, okay.
Okay.
Yep.
So there you go, exactly.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, remember you're taking 2 exams. That's for state exam. You're also taking a school exam. These things are on that too. So just study them. I know, I told you guys at the beginning, I said, nothing here is rocket science, but it's a lot of information to study. I told you, it's not a joke. You're learning a lot of information in 75 hours, you know? So here's the types of liens. Liens are voluntary or involuntary, general or specific. Okay, anytime you hear the word general throughout this class, guys, anytime you hear the word general, I want you to do this. In general, talking in general. General is a wider scope than specific. Specific is a narrow scope. General is a wider scope. When you talk about things in general, you're talking about a lot of stuff, right? Versus specifically, okay? So a specific lien only affects one property. A general lien affects all property you own. We're going to talk about appraisers and types of appraiser licenses later on. A general appraiser can appraise any kind of property. Okay, so that's the best type of appraiser license you could get. It covers everything. When we talk about, we see general liens, specific liens. Oh, we got something else in general we're going to talk about, but my mind just went blank. So let's just stay on topic here. All right, so. Encumbrances. All right, liens and encumbrances. Okay, so encumbrances, liens and otherwise, they run with the land. They attach to the property, not to the property owner. Real estate taxes have first claim against the proceeds of such a sale, which would be a foreclosure sale. All right, so let's highlight that in the book under liens. A lien is a financial claim against property that provides security for the debt or obligation of the property owner. And liens can be voluntary or involuntary, or general or specific. Let's highlight in the third paragraph. General liens affect all the property someone owns. Specific lien is placed against one parcel of real property only. So a mortgage loan, is that voluntary or involuntary lien?
Voluntary.
It's voluntary. You went out of your way to get it. You provided your social security number, you read so they could run your credit. You provided your bank statements, pay stubs, tax returns, home inspection, appraisal, all that stuff in order to get it. Now, a mortgage lien, is that general or specific? It's specific because it only affects that one property. If you don't pay your mortgage loan, they could only foreclose on that one property. If you own multiple properties, they can't touch the other properties you own, just that one property. Now, taxes, they're involuntary liens because who the hell wants to pay them, right? Unfortunately, we still have to pay them, but taxes are involuntary liens. Even though we got to pay them, we don't want to pay them. So therefore, they're involuntary liens. Now, real estate taxes are specific involuntary liens. They only affect one property. You don't pay your property taxes, they could only take away that one property. They can't touch any other property you own. However, unpaid federal IRS income taxes would create a general lien against all property that you own. And they are also involuntary because they're taxes and who wants to pay them, but we got to pay them. So, but they are general liens. Lawsuit judgments are general liens as well. You get a judgment against somebody, then you could place a lien against all property that somebody owns if they own property. What the hell just happened here? Okay. Now, when a lien gets paid off, like a mortgage loan, they never remove the lien from the public record. Once a lien is attached to the property in the public records, it's there forever. They never remove the lien. They just add another document to the public records that say that the lien had been satisfied, it's been paid off. They call this a satisfaction of lien. So this way, somebody can search the public records and they could see the complete total history of this property, any liens or loans that anybody ever had on the property and when they were paid off, if they were paid off. Once a document is added to the public records, it's never removed. Now, where are these public records? They're at the county courthouse where all the ownership documents for all the real estate is kept for all the municipalities and all the properties in those municipalities in that county. So Union County, that would be the Elizabeth Courthouse. Middlesex County, that would be in New Brunswick, the New Brunswick Courthouse. It's their county seat, okay? Any lien on the property creates what's called a cloud on the title. When I say cloud on the title, think of the dark cartoon thunderstorm cloud, okay? You guys ever see those cartoons when you were a kid and there was a dark thunderstorm cloud that was raining and thundering just over one house, right? Think of that when you hear that term cloud on the title. Would you want to buy a house that has that dark thunderstorm cloud just hovering over that one house?
No.
No, you wouldn't, right? You would want that seller to clear up the cloud and let the sunshine in before you buy that house. So, cloud on the title, what could create a cloud on the title? Unpaid liens or other encumbrances on the property. Another example of another type of what would create a cloud on the title was maybe the seller sold you the property, but not all the sellers signed a deed. That creates a cloud on the title that one of the owners can step forward and claim ownership to the property still. They never agreed to sell it. Now, clouds on titles can generally be cleared up by having someone sign a quitclaim deed or getting what we call a suit to quiet title. But we'll learn about that in a much later chapter like 19 or 21, something like that. All right. So effects of liens on title at the bottom of the page 96. We're going to highlight on the second line, encumbrances, liens, and other kinds run with the land. And the paragraph below it, highlight on the first line, liens attached to the property, not to the property owner. So what determines the priority in which liens are repaid? The date of recording in the public record. Okay, so whatever date of recording in the public record, when you first buy a house, there should be no liens on that property. If you're getting a mortgage loan, the lender will not loan you money if there's liens on it. They're going to want to make sure there was some sort of a title search done to make sure that you have clear title. Why? Because the lender wants to ensure that their loan that is first in order of repayment, if they're going to lend you money to buy this house, they want to make sure there's no other liens on the property, that they're going to be the ones that are first in the order to get repaid in the event of foreclosure. They don't want anybody ahead of them. So the first mortgage loan is always first in the lien repayment order. However, taxes, two things are certain in life, death and taxes. If you don't pay your taxes, taxes can jump to the front of the line in the repayment order, of the lien repayment order, and they could jump up even ahead of a first mortgage loan. Now, mechanics lien is another word for a contractor's lien. Oh, before we get into that, let's catch up on our highlights. So, priority of liens, we're going to highlight the priority of a lien determines the order in which debts are paid off in case of foreclosure. Highlight real estate taxes and special assessments. And then just beneath that, highlight take priority over all other liens. So real estate taxes and special assessments. What's a special assessment? It's an improvement tax, not for improvements that you do to your property, but improvements that the municipality does to the area that homeowners, that benefit the homeowners that live in that area. They could get charged a special assessment tax to pay for that improvement to the area that the homeowners would benefit from. Other outstanding liens are paid, highlight, other outstanding liens are paid in the order of their priority, which is normally determined by the date of recording in the public record of the county, in the county where the property is located. Okay. What about unpaid child support? What kind of lien is that? Is that voluntary or involuntary? Would that create?
Voluntary?
Involuntary.
Voluntary.
Now, is it general or specific?
Specific.
Specific.
General. They could, if you don't pay your child support, they could go after all the property you own. They could even garnish your wages. Hell, they could come after you. They could throw your butt in jail and you get paid for each day. Every day in jail is worth so many dollars. Same thing with the IRS, by the way. So a mortgage lien is a voluntary lien on the real estate that's given to a lender by a borrower as security for the mortgage or loan. So Just highlight mortgage lien is a voluntary lien. You already got this stuff on the slides. Probably slides, once again, are better to study from. Turn to page 98. Under construction lien, we're going to highlight a mechanics lien is a construction lien. Now let me continue reading. And they can be placed against real estate by workers who have contributed to labor or materials to that specific property and who have never been paid. Continue now highlight. Construction liens are unique in that they're retroactive to the date when the work in question originally began or when the materials were delivered, whichever happened first. So a mechanics lien, even though they record it later, it can jump up in the lien priority and get backdated to the date that the work was delivered or the materials materials were delivered or the work was completed or started. Sorry. So let's stay in line with the book here. What's a judgment? A judgment is a decree from a court saying that you owe someone else money. It's just a document where a judge says you owe this person money. It's one thing to get a letter from the court that says, here's an official document that says you owe this person money. It's another thing to be able to collect it, isn't it? Can't get blood from a stone if the person doesn't have any money, right? I told you I got a judgment against somebody for the last long time, over 20 years already. And I haven't been able to collect a penny on it so far. So you could take a judgment, and if you find out somebody owns property, create a lien on their property, against their property for it.
So if you've been holding for 20 years, why don't you just let it go?
Because I want to renew it. Because if this guy hits the lottery or he ever buys a house, I'm going to put a lien on it. Why would I let it go? I got a judgment that this guy owes me $55,000. I got a judgment against him and his mother because he was a minor at the time. So I got a judgment against him and his mother. His mother died penniless, didn't get anything out of them. She never contributed. I should have filed a lien against her and his wages, but I don't think she worked. I think she's been on government cheese her whole life. And this guy was a drug dealer, so he's been in and out of jail. So unfortunately, back when this happened, this was like the year before they created the Violent Victims Fund. I was a violent victim of a crime. Back then, they did not have yet the thing where any assets that somebody who commits a violent crime, now they have a rule that the person who was attacked or whatever, they can make a claim against the Violent Victims Fund. Well, this happened the year before they created the Violent Victims Fund. So this guy was actually arrested with over 100 grand cash on him from crack money. You know, he was selling crack. The police got that money and they used it instead of it going to the victims. Okay, so I got nothing out of it. Okay, and I almost got killed. So I had hospital bills and all that. So I got a judgment for 55 grand. Anyway, lis pendens. A lis pendens. Let me just pause this for a second here. So, a lis pendens is a public notice of possible future legal action. That legal action being foreclosure against the property owner. Now, this gives the notice, a lis pendens here. What is a lis pendens? Okay, if a property owner falls behind 2 months on their mortgage payments, the lender files a lis pendens in the public record. What is a lis pendens? It's a public notice that there may be possible future legal action pending. What would that legal action be? Foreclosure. In New Jersey, foreclosure goes through the court system. It doesn't in all states. So in New Jersey, foreclosure is a legal process that has to go through the courts. So it gives the world notice. It puts the world, this public notice puts the world on notice of any interested parties in the real property that there's a possible future legal action pending on it. Wouldn't you want to know that if you were going to buy the property? You know, so, or anybody who has an interest in the property. So would you guys, as real estate professionals or as investors, would you find it interesting or want to know if there's a way that you could get your hands on a list of people who are at least 2 months behind on their mortgage payments? Look on your screen down here. You got one.
Yes.
You're welcome. Giving you guys more resources. njlispendens.com. Actually, what are they charging these days? I don't know. Let me take a look real quick. njlispendens.com.
And what if you make the 2 months of payment and then do they take the list pendants off?
Well, listen, most people that fall behind in their mortgage payments, a lot of them get caught up on it, but a lot don't. And so therefore, they could still end up getting foreclosed on. Some of them end up getting caught up. Some of them do mortgage restructuring. Some of them end up just selling their homes. Okay. So here's njlispendens.com. All right. They could do that search. What do they charge for it? I have no idea. Let's see. What's their special offer? I have no idea. No, that's for you to enter in a special offer. Okay. Apparently you could do some free searches, but okay.
So
Order
how
now.
would you
Here we go.
use this towards knowing this information? How could you possibly help someone, homeowners, with this?
Well, if you're behind on your mortgage payments, I can help. I could help you avoid foreclosure by selling your property. That's how. Let's see. So we have njlispendens.com. Last I checked, they were like $29 a month, but I can't find it on the website, and I don't want to waste it because they don't waste the time on it. I think you got to fill out an application and then, or put in an inquiry, and then they'll tell you how much it is. And then Realty Track, last I checked, that was maybe about $70 a month. So realtytrack.com. This is a good resource, though.
I have a question. When you work as a referral agent, can you also work for the bank as a referral agent?
What do you mean work for the bank as a referral agent? Referral agent does not work directly with anybody. Referral agent only sends referrals.
What is the percentage that normally referral agent get?
It's between you and your brokerage. Or that's your commission split, or are you talking about the referral fee that's paid out? That's between you and the client.
A client?
Yeah.
Not the brokerage?
Well, what are you talking about? You're talking about your commission split with your broker?
Referral fee.
Your commission split, hold on a second. Your commission split is in your employment agreement.
Yeah.
And a referral fee from a deal that's being referred, that's negotiated between the between the agencies.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm sending a referral to a different agency, so that they could work the referral. You know, I charge 25 to 35% usually. I think that's a fair amount. But I mean, you could charge 50% if you wanted to, but I don't know if anybody who's going to want to work it for that.
20, what, 20% to what, the price of the house?
For whatever side of the transaction you're referring.
Oh,
Okay. Go back and take a look at the video that we did in chapter, what was it, chapter 2 or chapter 1 video that we did where I worked out the math on the whiteboard for this.
yeah,
We
yeah, I
actually-
do recall it now.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, so, and then we have Realty Track. Realty Track is not just list pendants listings. They also have listings of foreclosures and all other stuff too. So you could check with them what the fees are that they charge. Last I checked, it was like $70, but that was a while ago. So I'm not sure what they charge these days. Okay. I'm not here to promote any of that. I'm just giving you guys some resources that could be helpful. All right. So these two, they have people down that sit in each of the 21 county courthouses there where these documents get recorded. And every time they get recorded, they got somebody making an entry in a computer, adds it to our database that they sell to you. Can you go down, search the public records yourself? Sure. Do you know how? It's another question.
Now I have the questions. How would you approach someone, because it's a privacy thing, right?
What?
How
What's-
would you
What's privacy?
approach them
It's
and
public record. You're behind on your mortgage payments. But how would you approach them? I wouldn't go there saying, according to my records, you're behind on your mortgage payments. What records? Who are you? Who is this? How do you know about my finances? They're going to be pissed at you. Because people who are in tough financial situations to begin with, they don't want strangers knocking on their door and saying, yeah, we know that you're behind in your mortgage payment. I mean, how are you going to, they're going to punch you in the nose, you know, or you're going to call them up on the phone and harass them, you know, according to my records, I don't care how professional you think you're sounding. You're like, who is this? How do you know about my finances?
I'm asking for solutions, not all the negative stuff.
So how do you approach them? Send them a mailing. Send them a postcard in the mail. Behind on your mortgage payments? In danger of foreclosure? We can help. Have them call you. How could you help? Well, if you can't afford to pay your mortgage, I could help you avoid the foreclosure process by selling it. Whether it's a short sale or a regular sale. I don't know your situation. We'll have to find out what your finances are, okay? So what is a list pendants? It's just a public notice of possible future legal action. So let's highlight the title, list pendants, on the bottom of page 98. And in the middle of the paragraph there where it says list pendants in bold, we're going to highlight a list pendants is not a lien, but rather a notice of possible future legal action against the property. And then stop and I'll continue reading. Recording of the list pendants gives notice to all interested parties in the property, such as prospective purchasers and lenders, and establishes a priority for the later lien, which is dated back to the date that the list pendants was filed for the record. The list pendants creates a cloud on the title until a lawsuit is settled or the amount is paid up and the person gets caught up. Okay, because remember, a list pendants doesn't mean that you're getting foreclosed on. It just means you may possibly get foreclosed on. It just means you're behind on your payments. And that's usually on exam. So what's an easement? Now we're going to get into easements. A right acquired by one party to use the land of another for a particular purpose is an easement. Highlight that sentence and underline the second word there, which is the word right. An easement is a right acquired by one party to use the land of another for a particular purpose. So When you have an easement right, you do not own the real estate. You only have a right. So a party may also have an easement right in the airspace above a parcel of real estate of the, or they can have easement right to under the land too. The holder of an easement only has a right, not an estate or ownership interest in the land over which that easement exists. An easement may be either appurtenant or engross. So those are two categories of easements that we're going to learn about. But before we do, I want you to go to page 101 for a second. On page 101, it says licenses. Highlight the title, licenses. And I want you to highlight the first sentence that says, a permission to enter the land of another for a specific purpose is a license. And then underline the word permission. So what's the difference between an easement and a license? An easement is a right and a license is permission. Can you take away someone else's rights?
No.
Can someone take your rights from you?
No.
No, they're yours. You can give up your rights, but nobody can take them from you. Once it's established that you have rights, nobody can take them from you. What about a license? Can your license be taken away?
Yes.
Yes. So a license is permission to enter someone's land for a specific purpose. And it's often oral or an implied representation. It's not in writing. An easement, however, is, and it'll often be added into the deed itself or onto a survey. So we're going to go over the types of easements in a moment. Let me just give you an example of a license first. Hey neighbor, how you doing? How you guys doing? Okay, let's just pretend that you're my neighbor for a minute. And I got a pool. Hey neighbor, feel free to come over to my house and you can use the pool anytime you like. Even if I'm not home, you can hop over and use the pool. Okay. Now we get into an argument. I just gave you an easement. I'm sorry, I just gave you a license. I gave you permission to enter my land for a specific purpose, to use the pool. Right? That's a license. But we get into an argument now. I don't want you on my damn property anymore. Guess what I just did? I revoked your license. It's as simple as that. Okay. I gave you a license by saying you could come over my house and use the pool anytime you like. And then I revoked it when I said, I don't want you on my damn property anymore. I just revoked your license. Just like that. Okay. Now, an easement, if I gave you an easement right, I can't take it away. Once you have rights, they're yours. You can give up your rights, but nobody can take them from you. So, an easement, as we see on the slide in front of us, is a right acquired by one party to use the land of another party for a specific purpose. Easements can be appurtenant or engross. Those are the two categories of easements. And then it just goes over a couple of other things here. So, let's go to the bottom of the page 99. And it says easement engross. I want you to write next to the title, it's a utility easement. An easement engross is a utility easement.
Put that where, Victor? I'm sorry.
At the bottom of page 99, it says easement engross. Next to the title, I want you to write a utility easement. An easement engross is a utility easement. You know, for like public utilities, like the electrical, the electric, sewer, water, gas, cable, FiOS. Those are all public utilities. It's a public utility easement. Telephone lines, right? Those are utility easements. So go down to the last line of the page, and we're going to highlight If the need for the easement were to cease, the easement would cease to exist. The only type of easement that that statement applies to would be an easement in gross. An easement in gross is the only type of easement where if the need for the easement were to cease, then the easement would cease to exist. So if the easement were no longer needed, then the easement would go away. All right. So what is a utility easement called?
Easement in gross.
Easement in gross. In gross. All right. Now, easements, I told you they could be appurtenant or in gross. We already went over in gross, it's a utility easement. So therefore, all other easements are appurtenant. So a party could also have a right in easement. Okay, the easement categories, easement, okay, easement appurtenance. See the slide up here? An agreement, an easement that grants the right of an owner of an adjacent parcel of land. You know what adjacent means? It means the neighboring property that is touching yours, not the guy across the street from you, but the neighboring property that's touching yours. So an easement that grants the rights to the owner of an adjacent parcel of land owned by different parties. Because if you own the neighboring land, you don't need an easement to cross over your own land. It has to be owned by different parties. So once the easement appurtenant is created, it runs with the land. It passes from one owner to the next. Easement appurtenant always has a dominant estate and a servient estate. The servient would be the owner of the property whose land is being crossed and being used. The person that benefits from the easement is the dominant estate. Why? Well, because the dominant guy, he's crossing all over your property. He's the bully, right? He's pushing you out of the way. I'm going to use whatever because I have the right to. So.
I have a question.
Who's that?
Cindy.
Okay. I can only see so many of you at a time. That's why, because I got you on the side here. So, yeah.
If somebody, like, say for example, I have a house with a driveway, but the neighbor's house is kind of leaning into the driveway. Can the owner, if the owner owns both, like the person that's selling the house owns both the property, can they remark the line, like the property line, I guess? Like, say for example, I'm buying this house. So it's two houses in the neighborhood, same guy owns it, and I'm buying one. Can they reline the property line, what they're selling to me?
Before you buy it?
Yeah, okay.
If you agree to it. Not if you're already under contract with them, no.
But it can just reline, like, you know, for all intents and purposes, if I have to deal with, it's not a city thing, it's just
no, it is a city thing. It is a city thing. It is a city thing. He needs to get a permit. He needs to get a permit because when you subdivide property, you're dividing your property into smaller lots. Now this guy is trying to combine two lots and then resize them. It's got to go through the city. He needs the city permits to do that.
Well, technically, the lot I'm speaking of, it's like, okay, they have, it's two buildings, but the one building have its own driveway and the other building have its own driveway. The only thing is, it's like the way one of the building is, it's like a
you got a shared, are you saying you got a shared driveway there between?
No, it's two different driveways. But one of the driveway have, like, the other house is kind of the back of the house, the yard. There's a fence line that if you bring that fence straight across, it will come into the current house driveway.
All right.
So he would have, just like, if the person wants to, like, get the entire driveway without creating another fence line, I mean, they already have a fence in the back. It's just that if they bring that fence forward into it will be going straight out to the street. So if the person just wants the driveway part of it to be, they have to go through the city for that, right?
Yeah. If they own both the properties.
Mhm.
If they don't own both the properties, they can't do anything. But if they own both the properties, then he could try to get it subdivided, but it's got to go through zoning. Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome. So, an easement in gross is the utility easement. An easement appurtenant has a dominant estate and a servient estate.
I have a question to her question. I
Well,
mean, if
We're going to
if
draw
there-
pictures. I'm going to be drawing some pictures and scenarios for those driveways like that. So we could just hold off on them just for a minute so I can get through this a little bit.
Sure.
And then I'll draw some pictures, and then if you got a
No
question,
problem.
we could go from there. Because usually 9 times out of 10, I end up answering your questions. Okay. So an easement appurtenant always has a dominant estate and a servient estate. Which one benefits from the easement?
Dominant.
The dominant estate. Okay. The servient is the one whose property they're acting as the servant. They're serving their land up on a platter for you to cross over. Okay. And you're the dominating them, walking all over their property, taking advantage of them, right? Okay. So you're the dominant is the one that's taking advantage. The servient is the one they're serving their property up on a platter. So it's usually the owner. So like when you have a shared driveway situation, let's just say that your neighbor has to cross over your property to get to their garage or something. Well, there's going to be a dominant estate and a servient estate there. Now, if that's the case, though, that type of easement, even though it's appurtenant, it's by necessity. We call that one an easement by necessity when you have shared driveways or when somebody needs to cross over your land. An easement by necessity is used for the purpose of ingress and egress. That means entrance and exit, usually when somebody has a landlocked property, meaning that they can't get to their property unless they cross over someone else's. So here we have wrong color. Hold on. So here we have Lot A and Lot B. How does Lot B owner get to his property?
I'll have to go through Lot A.
He has to get through Lot A somehow in order to get to his property. So Lot B owner, he's got his house over here on his property, all right? You know, he's got his house and he's got his garage and he's got his driveway. But how does he get to it? You're going to have some kind of an access, some kind of a road or right of way where he could cross over lot owner A's property. This is lot owner A's property still, in order to get to his property for the purpose of ingress, that means entrance, and egress, that means exit. Okay? So, who owns this driveway over here?
Lot A.
That's Lot A owner owns it. Who needs to maintain that driveway and shovel the snow and everything?
Lot B.
Lot A. It's Lot A's property. They have to maintain their own property. Not unless this type of easement was created with some stipulation in there that lot B owner needed to. But otherwise, this is lot A owner's property, and therefore lot A owner is responsible for maintaining their property. But they may have had to have created this easement right in order to subdivide the land this way. I don't know why they would have done that, but it happens. I see it happening today still. I know one property in Edison on Oak Tree Road that next to, if anybody knows where M3 Realty is in Edison on Oak Tree Road, there is a property there that here's it's right next door to that that M3 Realty. This person has this big lot like this right on Oak Tree Road, and they have their house back here. It's set back. And the way this house is, the garage is actually right here on the side of the house, and here's the front of their house, right? And the driveway comes up over here, and it goes like this. Okay, this is their driveway. And this is all of their property, okay? This person ended up subdividing this lot. And this new person here in green, this is lot B now. This is lot A. In order to create this subdivision, they built a commercial building here, right in front of their house. First of all, why the hell would you subdivide your lot so that somebody can build a commercial building in front of your house? And yet, why would the city allow such a thing? I don't know, but they did. Now, check this out. How does lot owner B over here, how do they get in and out of their lot? Tell you how they get in and out of the lot. This is a shared driveway here. They get, for the purpose of ingress and egress, they share this part of the driveway. Lot owner B has an easement by necessity to cross over and share this driveway to get in and out of their lot. And this is the driveway that goes around the building. How come they didn't just make a driveway to go right here to the street themselves? You guys could ask me those questions all day. I won't have an answer for you. It's what the city did. City allowed it. The owner did it. I don't know why. I think it's the dumbest design I've ever seen in my life. I don't know why, or one of them. I don't know why the city would allow that, but they did.
Maybe too easier to park the cars instead of creating a parking spaces.
Well, they got their parking spaces here. This is the actual building here. And you got the driveway goes all the way around this building. There's just no access directly to the road here. They didn't cut into the curb to make a driveway here or here. That would have been the optimal thing. You have a driveway that comes in here. They could park in all these spaces over here. They could drive around. They could park here. They could park here. And then you have here, this is out, you're in, or whatever, have one driveway. But instead, they're sharing this one personal driveway with the commercial, and they're sharing it to cut in here. It's weird. I don't know why they did it like that, but they allow it. Look, take a look in Piscataway for a minute. In Piscataway, they got tons of things like this, where basically here, you have your lot, and it's not subdivided. You have a house on your lot, and then they've got this other house on your lot. These are not two separate houses. I'm sorry, these are not two separate properties. They're not divided down the center. They're not separate.
Did they actually do that?
It's one property with two houses on it owned by different people.
Can you do that?
Apparently you can, because it's pretty popular in Piscataway. What the hell just happened?
That is legal.
Yeah. All right. Here, let's look at a more common or another common thing here.
Who pays for the taxes?
The one who owns the property.
So they can actually put another house, lease a house?
Well, now they were already there. This was done before there was ever zoning laws. Zoning laws today wouldn't allow that.
I was gonna say, yeah.
But I don't know why they don't require them to put it now when they sell one of those houses that they require a subdivision, it to be subdivided in that lot. All right, here's another example of a ingress and egress where we have shared driveways. Okay, here, so we have lot A and lot B here. And there's a house over here. And there's a house over here. And the driveway runs like this. Off the street. Off the street. Neither lot A owner or lot B owner has enough space to pull in a car to get to the back where they have their garages. They have a garage over here, and this one has a garage over here in the back. And the driveway goes like this, connects, this branches off to there, this one branches off like that, and like that. Over here, all the way up to here, this is shared. This is what is called a shared driveway. Now, who's the dominant and who's the servient estate in this situation? In this case, they're both dominant and both servient at the same time, because neither lot owner B or lot owner A has enough room here to be able to pull a car in. And if they leave that car sitting there, you know, one of them is going to be arguing, hey, why you leave the car in my driveway? You know, this guy's going to be yelling at, you know why? Because most of that driveway is on his property. But it doesn't matter. He can't pull in cars there without having part of this guy's driveway too. That's why I don't personally like these scenarios. A lot of times that causes feuds. Sometimes you get people that they're neighborly and they both take care of the property and they're fine with it. But sometimes when you see these shared driveways like this, they could be nightmares too if you got a neighbor that's a jerk. All right. So an easement by necessity would be for landlocked properties for the purpose of ingress and egress to get access to your property. Now the next one, an easement by prescription. Well, before we do that, let's do our highlighting in our book, I guess. Under easement appurtenant on page 99 above the picture, we're going to highlight an easement that grants rights to the owner of an adjacent parcel of land is an easement appurtenant. For example, if A and B own the adjacent, okay, let's just highlight the first sentence. Oh my God. Started reading the whole thing. I forgot I had you highlighting it. Just highlight the first sentence. An easement that grants the right of an owner of an adjacent parcel of land is an easement appurtenant. Now they have to be owned by different parties though, because you don't need an easement to cross over your own land, right? And below the picture, it continues, we're going to highlight for an easement appurtenant to exist, there must be two adjacent tracts of land owned by different parties. The tract over which the easement runs is the servient estate, and the tract that is to benefit from the easement is the dominant estate. And so let me redraw one of these drawings that we had before. Lot owner A, lot owner B. Lot owner B has this easement right to cross over a lot owner A's property. Which one here is the dominant estate?
A.
A.
It is B.
B.
They got the driveway.
Who is benefiting from this easement?
B.
A.
Oh, B.
B's crossing over lot owner A's property to get to theirs for the purpose of ingress and egress. So lot owner B is the dominant and lot owner A is the person whose property is being crossed over here. So therefore, they are the servient. They're serving their property up to be used. They're going to give you scenarios like this on exam, but they're not going to draw you the picture. So you got to be able to visualize this or write it on your scrap paper. All right. Just remember, who's the dominant estate? The one that's benefiting from that easement. All right, so an easement by prescription is when you use someone else's property for a period of time as defined by state law. It's going to be 20 years. They're going to go to the common law. Remember, we were at in chapter 20, they said there's a 30-year one and a 60-year right. It's going to be 20. You know, the last version of the book, they didn't even have that. They deleted it because they were counting on this 20-year. However, our legislators, our politicians are still trying to work that out. So there's still a 20-year law, a 30-year law, and a 60-year law. The 60-year law pertains to unimproved vacant woodland, where you would have to occupy someone else's property if it's unimproved vacant woodland for 60 years before you could take in the court to claim ownership of it. If it's improved land, 30 years. But we also have a 20-year common law on the books that conflicts with that 30-year. So the use must be continuous, hostile, adverse to the owner's title, exclusive, and without the owner's approval. Additionally, the use must be visible, open, and notorious. That person can take the owner to court and claim ownership of the land. Some people refer to this as squatter's rights. The lawsuit is actually called a suit for adverse possession. And through a process known as tacking, when successors in interest add one person's time to that of another, they could combine them to reach the prescriptive period as well. Now, this type of easement must be perfected in a court of law with that suit for adverse possession. Because you've owned or because you occupied someone else's property for a period of time does not make you automatically the owner. You must sue the owner, taking them to court to gain possession of it, to gain ownership of it, rather. Let me draw you a picture. So let's just say that this is all our property, okay? And we got some squatter on our property that this is acres and acres and acres of land that I own, right? Well, we got some squatter out here in the woods that this little area of land over here, he's been occupying. He set up a little makeshift bum hut that he's been living in with a little campfire that he got going on over here. But he's been using all this. It's all littered with his junk in this little area, all right, on the property. If he's been living on my property for at least 20 years, he could take me to court and sue me in an adverse possession suit to perfect the easement by prescription, because he's been using the land for the prescribed period of time as prescribed by law to claim ownership, but not of all my property, just of this area that he's been using exclusively, hostile, adverse to my title, and without my permission, and out in the open. So, how can I prevent him from gaining an easement by prescription on my property? By gaining the ownership of my property that he's been using for a period of time. Let's just say he's been there over 20 years already. Well, he's not automatically the owner. He's still got to take me to court. So until he does, I can get him removed. I can call the police and say, this guy's squatting on my property. I want him removed. And then I could get him physically removed. And I could take him to court to get him removed, taking legal action against him for trespassing. Or I could give him permission to be there. If I give him permission to be there, that resets the time clock of the prescriptive period and will give me more time to get him removed. Plus, if I give him permission to be there, it resets the time clock. He would have to be there for another 20 years or whatever amount of time is prescribed by law. You cannot claim ownership on a property where somebody gives you permission to be there. Because look, the use must be continuous, hostile, adverse to the owner's title exclusively and without the owner's approval. If the owner gives you approval, you cannot successfully get an easement by prescription. Now let's give another little scenario instead of this guy here squatting. Let's give a scenario like this. You've got lot owner A and you've got lot owner B, and the property line is right here. But lot owner A put up his fence right over here, clearly over the property line. So this all here, this is all lot owner B's property, but he put up but lot owner A put up this fence here. This is lot owner A's fence. They put that up. What could lot owner B do to prevent lot owner A from gaining an easement by prescription? Because if they keep this fence there against his permission for so long, for the time that's required by law, he can claim ownership of all this land.
He can take him to court? That's exactly what I was trying to ask you, because it's the same scenario.
Lot owner B can call the cops, file a complaint, and then follow up by taking lot owner A to court to get him to remove that fence that's on his property.
Easement by prescription?
Yep. Or he could take him to court to get him to remove that fence, or what else? What are the other options?
Or let him allow it.
He could give him permission to keep that fence there till the end of the month and then remove it, right? You're basically resetting the time clock. Or he could just give
You can allow
permission.
him to do that because that resets the time.
Yeah, that resets the time clock if he gives him permission, because you cannot gain an easement by prescription if you do not have if you have permission of the owner. It has to be without the owner's permission, hostile, adverse to their title, and without their permission. How about this? How about lot owner B in green now? Lot owner B puts up their own fence where the fence belonged to begin with, right on the property line, cutting off lot owner A's direct access to their fence. Remember, the use must be continuous. It's not continuous because you just cut off their access. Right? So let's see. Lot owner B can take them to court to get them to remove the fence. They could cut off the access, or they could give them permission. Sometimes in these classes, people say, well, why doesn't lot owner B just tear down the fence? It's on their property.
Exactly. I was going to say that.
Let me ask you a question. If I park my car in your driveway, can you take a sledgehammer to it?
Nope.
You know what?
Damaging property.
Yeah, because now you're damaging my property. Then I could even though I parked it on your property, you could sue me and get paid for. I could get. You damage my property, I could sue you to have you pay for fixing my property. What you could have done.
That is personal property versus this is a real property.
Hold on. Yeah, but I'm giving you a scenario that's similar. What you could have done and what you should have done was call the cops and get my car towed out of your driveway. That would be the equivalent of, when we're talking about real estate here, that would be the equivalent of lot owner B taking lot owner A to court to get him to remove the fence, or calling the cops to file a complaint and then following it up with in court. But if lot owner B instead, just like you taking a sledgehammer to the car, if lot owner B tore down lot owner A's expensive fence that they put up, even though they put it up on lot owner B's property, it's still lot owner A's property that they destroyed. They'll have to reimburse him for the fence if he takes him to court and lot owner A wants him to pay him back for destroying his fence. You should have asked me to remove it. You shouldn't have just destroyed it.
So lot owner B can remove this fence and deliver it to lot owner A?
I wouldn't touch it. I would have him do it himself. Why am I going to break a sweat?
Right.
Right? Now, let's just say this happens. Let's give another twist to this story. Let's keep that fence there where lot owner...
I have a question. So if that fence is there, and you agree to it, now could they still have
they cannot.
the right to claim it after
No.
that? No.
No, they cannot. They cannot, because the use must be continuous, hostile, adverse to the owner's title without their approval. If you gave them approval, then they cannot perfect an easement by prescription. It has to be against the owner's permission. So check this out. You are lot owner A and I am lot owner B. Okay? You put up your fence on my property, clearly over the property line. And I'm over there bitching and complaining to my friends. Oh, that frickin' neighbor, they put up that damn fence on my property. Clearly not, you don't have my permission to do it. And I'm always there bitching and complaining about it, but I never take any action to get you to remove it. If you keep that fence up there long enough for the amount of time that's prescribed by law, then you could take me to court through the court action called an adverse possession suit for adverse possession, to claim ownership of it. So let's just go with the 20-year period. I know there's laws conflicting on the books right now with this period of time. So let's just say that lot owner A had this fence up on my property for the last 15 years. And then they sold the property, or they died and they left it to their kid. And their kid lives there for the next 5 years. Through tacking, you could add on one person's time to the other to reach the same prescriptive period. And then that new owner can still take me to court to take ownership of my property. This piece right here in between. The ways that I could prevent that, I can call a cop, file a complaint, follow up with it in court, get you to remove it. I could put up my own fence here on the property line, cutting off your direct access to the fence. Or I can give you permission to have it there, resetting the time clock, which then gives me of 20 years back down to 0, and then giving me plenty more time to get it taken care of.
So wait, so this rule or this law benefits who? Lot owner A or B? Easement by prescription.
Well, if it's there long enough, lot owner A can claim ownership of my property. So who do you think it benefits?
A.
Okay, in this scenario A, so in the other scenario where this person is just occupying a little piece with his junkyard and with his...
Well, it doesn't matter who it is. It's the same kind of a scenario. He would be A in that particular area too, because he's using my property. And he could possibly gain ownership of my property.
Whereas rightfully B is the exact half lot owner.
B is the owner of that lot. It's not a half lot. These are two separate lots. Here's the property line separating our properties. You put your fence up on clearly over the property line on my property.
No. Isn't B is the one with the green line, exactly the black line right in
Yeah,
the
wait,
middle?
hold on a second here. Let me just erase this and make it clean from the get-go, okay? Okay. All right. This is the actual property line, okay? The red is lot owner A's where they put up the fence. Clearly on my property, on lot owner B's property.
Correct. So over after the 20 years and this and that. So this law, easement by prescription, is beneficial, turns out to be beneficial for lot owner A because he's now got that extra.
Well, yeah, but it's not automatic. Remember, lot owner A could have had that fence there for over 20 years. If he didn't take lot owner B to court to claim ownership, he doesn't get ownership. He has to take, take your owner to court. You got to take the current owner to court to claim the ownership.
Okay.
You've got to prove that you've been using it for the last 20 years against their permission. Well,
why? Okay, yeah. I don't know.
Now, why would they have such
a go for 20 years? Why wouldn't they just sue the first whatever 6 months or 5 months and just get it removed? Right?
Because he was always bitching and complaining, but he never did it.
Right.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know his reasons. Why do people always complain about people and they never do anything about whatever it is? Okay. Whatever. I don't know. It happens. Okay. Now, there's a law like this in all 50 states.
But I'm sure this is something very rare.
No.
Oh.
There's a law like this in all 50 states. Why do you suppose they have such a law like this?
Because it happens often.
Yeah, but why would they allow such a law where someone else can squat on your property, and if they're there long enough, they could just claim ownership of it and take you to court to get it without paying for it? Why would there be such a law?
Exactly.
Because they generate money going and taking the court.
Now, there was a guy, there used to be a real estate program that I really liked on the Fox Business Channel. There was a real estate program called The Property Man. There was this real estate attorney. The guy was an attorney in Florida and Arizona. Oh, no, Nevada. He was an attorney in Florida and Nevada, in Las Vegas. And this guy had, this program was it's called The Property Man. Bob Massey, The Property Man. Unfortunately, the guy died of cancer a couple months ago. But it was a great show pertaining to real estate. And he discussed a lot of these issues and he explained this one really good. I'm looking for that episode online. I know there's a couple of his episodes that can be found online. And I've given you the links to them in that link folder, which, hold on one second. I got to look something up in here. Massey. Yeah, Bob Massey. He had one about adverse possession. Yep, I didn't find that link yet. I'll find that video and I'll add it. Bob Massey. For adverse possession. Now, there's something in this adverse possession pertaining to this video that I want you to watch. I'm gonna look up another video because there's several cases pertaining to this. Florida, in the peak Florida, this was a horrible problem in Florida when we had all of these short sales and foreclosures going on with the crash of the real estate market. I don't know why I'm so blurry like this all of a sudden. Anyway, with the crash of the real estate market, there was a lot of problems where there was cases with adverse possession. I want to show you a case. I got a video here. I want to show you a couple of cases here, but there was one case that Bob Massey talked about, and I think I got the video for it. Here, there's a couple videos I have here. I'm going to put you towards this one right now. It's interesting. It's about adverse possession. And that ain't it. So let's get this guy's commercial to go through, and then we'll, there we go.
Bizarre business story. We're going to talk about the headlines about the young man who moved into a $2.5 million mansion near Miami without paying a dime. We first told you about this story Friday morning, but we're now learning that this has become a national trend, and some of the people doing it are even connected to an anti-government group the FBI classifies as domestic terrorists. Boca Raton, one of the poshest zip codes in Florida, is abuzz this morning over what is happening inside this $2.5 million, 7,500 square foot waterside mansion. The bank foreclosed a couple of years ago, but now a 23-year-old named Andre Barbosa has simply moved in.
Nobody's happy. We all spent a lot of money to live on this street.
Barbosa is using an obscure legal concept on the books in every state called adverse possession, which says if you live in an empty home for a certain amount of time, it's yours. Adverse possession is being attempted all over America. Susan Weidman took over a series of homes in the Atlanta area.
I filed adverse possession back in February as Susan Weidman at the DeKalb courthouse. So I'm not just, transient squatter here.
This $3.3 million house near Raleigh, complete with an elevator, got caught up in this whole mess when Sean Pendergraft claimed he owned the house.
It's not a scam.
Well, he's right. It's not a scam. It's actually a law that's on the books that would allow him to do it. So what these people are doing is they're going down to the local county courthouse. Now, the case that I want to talk about is not in this video. There was a situation in Florida where there was a case where there was a waterfront multi-million-dollar mansion that this one homeless guy moved into. The guy was homeless. He looked like he had these dreadlocks, the white guy with dreadlocks and dirty looking hair. The guy changed, but the guy was smart. The guy changed the locks on the front door. There was a house that was for sale. He changed the locks on the front door of the house. And he went down to the county courthouse and he filed for a suit for adverse possession. And when the real estate agent came to the house to check on it, he saw that his lockbox, still on the door handle, was laying on the ground. And he called up the owner, asking what's going on. He thought it was something up with the owner. And the owner's like, I don't know what you're talking about. He's like, well, then I think somebody's living in your house. He knocked on the door. Somebody was actually living in the house. So the owner comes down. So now you got the realtor and the owner there, and they call the police. They call the sheriff's department to come down. Sheriffs come down, and they go inside and they talk to the man that's inside the house that's living in there. Sheriff's officer comes back out, talks to the owner and the realtor, and tells them that they have to leave or they will be arrested for harassing the guy that's inside. Harassing him. The guy's the owner and his realtor who had the property for sale. Well, possession is 9/10 of the law, right? And this guy was currently in possession of the property, but he also showed the police officer court documents where he filed for a lawsuit where he's claiming ownership of the property for a suit for adverse possession. And he deserves to have his day heard in court. A police officer cannot make a judgment. Only a judge can. So in the meantime, the cop can only separate the parties and prevent the harassment of one person who's suing another. How screwed up is that? Somebody's squatting in your house and the cops are threatening to arrest you if you bother them. Isn't that sick? You guys still there? Knock, knock. Hello?
Yeah.
Yes, Victor.
Yeah.
Victor, there's one more thing.
Yeah.
I saw one of the this kind of case on news, but most of the houses, they are living like that. They have no water, no electricity, no heat, no nothing. Because the original owner, they shut it off, and these new people cannot get it on.
Well, it depends where it's at. Like in Florida, you could get the utilities. Like this guy put the utilities in his name. All you got to do is pay the utility company. Like in New Jersey, you can't do that. In New Jersey, you need some kind of show some kind of proof that you're the owner of the property if you want to put the water in your name and the gas and stuff like that. Some other states, well, it also depends what utility is. In New Jersey, even New Jersey, some utility companies you could transfer to your name without having to prove that you're the owner of that property. You could just say that you are. In Florida, whoever just calls up and pays the bill will be able to get it transferred in their name. So the guy even got the utilities transferred in his name, and he got to live in that mansion. At the time that that happened, there was a backlog of of these types of lawsuits in the Florida court system for a year. So that guy wasn't going to even have that court case heard in court for the next year. So that squatter stayed in the house for a year. And then when the court case came about, he withdrew the court case and moved out. How screwed up is that?
Wow.
You didn't have to pay rent, but bad for the owner.
What's that?
He didn't have to pay rent, but it was bad for the owner because
it's bad for the owner, exactly, because you get people that are abusing these rights because they know the law and they're using the legitimate parts of the law to their benefit, but they're using it illegally, knowing that there's no way in hell that they're going to win that adverse possession suit because they haven't been in possession of the property long enough to claim it, but they do it anyway because they have the right to have their day heard in court. And that puts off the police because the police are now like, well, this seems legit. They got court papers. And the only thing that we could do is separate the parties. A judge has to make the decision. So let's watch this case. Let's continue watching it.
Housing crisis has put the phenomenon on steroids. Some of the people using adverse possession are connected to a sometimes violent anti-government movement known as sovereign citizens who believe U.S. law.
You ever watch Cops or Live PD?
Yes.
You know, when they pull over people sometimes and they're like, I don't need a driver's license. I don't obey your laws. I'm not a citizen. I'm a sovereign citizen. And they're like, the cops say, well, you need a driver's license if you're going to drive. Oh, well, I'm not driving. I'm traveling. You know those weirdos? Well, that's what they're talking about here. These are those sovereign citizens. These people are nuts.
Do not apply to them.
A police officer walks up to someone who is claiming a house now belongs to him without any basis at all, is handed a big sheaf of documents which are incomprehensible, and I think very often the officers ultimately feel that they're forced to go back to headquarters and try and figure out what's going on before they can actually toss someone in the slammer.
I met a young sovereign named Robert Peterson who moved into this foreclosed home in Idaho.
They're the enemy. They're the
Yep, sorry.
enemy of anybody who wants to live free.
One expert on sovereigns found evidence to suggest that Andre Barbosa, in that mansion in Boca Raton, is connected to a sovereign group called Divine Province, based on the language Barbosa used to justify moving into the mansion and the fact that his name is on the group's website. Before you get any ideas about trying to use adverse possession, consider that the sheriffs forced Robert Peterson out of this house, and remember Susan Weidman? Arrested for racketeering. And Sean Pendergraft, also arrested for obtaining property by false pretense.
All the legal arguments he may make or the documents he may file will all end up leading to the same conclusion, and that is that he gets kicked out because he has no legal right to be there.
As for Andre Barbosa, he may be running out of time in that mansion in Boca. Bank of America has now filed a claim in court.
Okay, so you see, a lot of times these people get kicked out, but they end up, putting the homeowner out of their own houses for a period of time and making their lives very difficult and, playing these games. Now, sometimes they actually end up winning if the owners never come to court. In the past, like that one episode, I will find for you guys, just not today.
What do you mean? Did he just possess empty home or while the owner's still living?
No, the owners are still living. But look, what happens if you're, what happens if the owners
They just walked in? They just walked in and say, I'm living here?
Yeah, it was vacant. It was up for sale. So the guy, or what happens when people are getting foreclosed on? They just leave the house, and then you get these squatters that go in there and they claim adverse possession. If some
foreclosure, but not something
no,
or
that's
empty
just,
house.
hold on, that's just one of the cases I gave you. I said empty houses. The house was up for sale. It was listed with a realtor. You have other ones where maybe the person's on vacation, or maybe it's one of these rich people that travel out of the country for months on end, or maybe somebody's serving overseas for the military, and somebody comes in and they start squatting in your home, claiming that they have the rights to ownership on it. Okay, that's why I want to find you the episode. I'm not going to find it today for you, but I want to find this episode from Bob Massey, which actually goes over a lot of that. They do a better job than these news reports, but this news report was still interesting nonetheless. There's a, let's see, is another one. I mean, you could find these just by looking on the internet. Adverse possession suits. Squatter, adverse squatter on adverse possession suits. Look in Florida, you'll see a lot of them. I'm sure if you look in New Jersey, you may even find some. But let's see, I got another one here.
How one woman stopped a group of squatters from moving into a vacant home she owns. Good evening, I'm Jackie Parks.
And I'm Todd Carley. 23 ABC's Mark Christian is live tonight from a home in Oildale where those squatters were trying to take up residence. Mark?
Well, guys, if you think if someone is living in a home illegally, it'd be a simple case to get them out. Well, squatters move under the radar to try to move in very fast, and in some cases even changing the lock so they can move in before the owner finds out.
I saw like about 20 people at my property trying to move in as fast as they could.
After her previous tenant moved out, the home had only been vacant for 10 days.
Unfortunately, some of these squatters have gotten pretty sophisticated.
Rena Chanty was getting her home ready to put it up for rent when a neighbor called to tell her someone was trying to move in. The squatters were moving in a refrigerator, a washer and dryer.
Basically everything a house needs. They were even putting up their decoration pieces, and they had changed the locks.
When deputies arrived, the squatters were still in the process of moving in. Though not commenting on this specific case, Ray Pruitt with the Sheriff Department says squatters can take refuge under the California tenant law, and they've even been known to falsify rental agreements.
Once they're in that property, in some cases, it's very hard to get them out of that property without legally evicting them.
In cases like this, law enforcement's hands are tied, because if the squatter presents what appears to be a legal agreement, it comes down to he said, she said.
Sometimes we can't determine if the squatter's in the home legally or not.
They know the system, and they know how to play the system.
Fortunately for Chandy, the squatters did not get that far and could not provide any documents to law enforcement.
At that moment, the cops told me it was my word against their word, and I had to prove that I owned the property, which I had the paperwork on me.
So right now, Chandy is checking her house daily until she can officially get it rented. In the meantime, she's asking her neighbors to keep a watchful eye until that place gets rented. Back to you, Jackie.
How screwed up?
Are you tired of seeing these cell phone?
How screwed up is that? You know, there's tons of cases like this that you could find anyway. But why do they have this law in place? I'm going to tell you the answer to that, and then we'll be done for the day. The reason why they have laws that allow such things is because they want to make sure that all the properties that are out there available and owned by private parties are being fully utilized. See, the way land was given away in the United States in the early years when we were forming as a country, they allowed people to do something that we called homesteading, where you could go out and claim so many 100 acres as your own. Was it, got something written, 160 acres. During homesteading, you could go out and claim 160 acres of land, you stake it out and you claim it, you register it, and it's your land. And at some point that stopped in the United States. The last place in the United States that had homesteading, homesteading ended in 1986 in the United States. We still have the majority of the land in the country that has not taken private ownership. Well, now that the government did away with homesteading, any land that's not owned by a private citizen is now government property. The last place that had homesteading was Alaska in 1986. And you guys see programs on TV there now about some of those homesteaders that are allowed to be there. But the reason why they have this is they want to make sure that any land that's available for private ownership is being fully utilized. And more importantly, that the taxes are being paid on it. It's about the taxes.
Does that have anything to do
So
with home?
any landowner who has land should walk the boundaries of their property at least once every 20 years and take action against any adverse possessor. Otherwise, they could risk losing it. And that's that. So let me throw out the poll there for the afternoon.